Okay, we're live. I think we'll just wait a few minutes before other people join. And if, okay, we're live. Oh, I can hear my audio. Wait, I think we'll just wait a few minutes. Okay. With the bitrate's lower. Okay. At least you can't see what I'm doing on the other PC end. In fact, I'll open up my phone. I think we'll start going through the Cineworld list at 7, like in 5 minutes. And even if no one joins in, I'm still going to go through it regardless, so then I can get it out of the way. I think some people will join in anyway, so yeah. In 5 minutes. You can hear the audio, I'm going to mute it. Okay, we got one user, it says KD6F4H. I don't know if that's the actual username or if it's the @ because for some reason the usernames YouTube changed the way the usernames work. So you know how my username says @VideoGameJNPoop but not just VideoGameJNPoop? Yeah, that's kind of annoying because imagine my channel name is called VideoGameJNPoop but then I have a different @. It's going to come up with that instead. So yeah. Okay, we'll give it a couple of minutes and then but I will bring up, so the way this is going to work is, because I've got a dual monitor, I can make this easily. I've done it like this, so this is in a presentation, I'm not going to reveal the rest of it yet. And I've done this myself, so. And then when I take breaks, if I do, I'm going to show this intermission screen from the Brutalist. So, yeah. But we're not on breaks right now, so, yeah. Just got me J2O right here. Great Christmas quality that, but okay. Now I was initially not gonna. I didn't know when I was gonna live stream because I can't really decide. But then I thought, how about Christmas Day? So. Because I've already done most of the other Christmas stuff, so I might as well crack on with it now. So, yeah. Now, of course, the title is the same. So, Bluey is the best. What, the character Bluey? Yeah. So basically, I'll be my thoughts on 2025. Now, I'm not going to discuss like the house situation. If you want to know that, you can watch the other video I made on it, on that. So, yeah. But we're going to look at the positive sides mostly. So, but if you want to know about the house stuff, you can always look at the other video I've made about it. So, yeah. Because I've got that there, so. Because I'm not going to discuss the house stuff here, it's not really worth discussing it again. So I thought its own video would make sense for that, rather than streaming it. So, because what most of you are probably excited for is to look at what I've been going through. No, not the house stuff, I mean the other things. So, now if I do pause unintentionally, it's because my mother and stepfather are here, so and they will only go upstairs to like go to the toilet and stuff. I'm gonna try and not stream this too late at night, because they often go to bed at like 2ish in the morning. So from what for our UK time, so yeah, and especially because even in the new house we have like another house on the other side. So where my PC is now, there's another house on the other side, basically, in the same building, so so I can't have everything too loud, so yeah. So if I do pause unintentionally, it's just because they're going upstairs. It's most likely they just need the toilet and then they're going to go back down. Then I'll continue as normal. So, yeah. Now we're nearly time. Now I'm going to start this right now. If other people join, they'll feel free, so, yeah. I noticed the crown as well on the, next to the users as well. It's for top fans, so what happens if I click that? Oh, right, so it just brings, an alternate menu, so I guess, like, top fans of my channel, I guess. Probably not just Kate, but others as well. So, okay, I'm going to sit up. This presentation is so unique. I have spent, like, hours on it, so, yeah. And yes, it is possible to get PowerPoint on through another monitor and have it that way, and then have your other monitor as normal, so... without further ado, and that's me with the 100, by the way, just checking the reactions work, and they do as usual, so I'm going to start this. I'm going to drink this first. It still says 3 people. I assume that's Cade, and then I think the one is still me, so like the other streams, but I don't know who the other person is. It's weird because it doesn't tell you who's in it. I will go into this in a moment, but it doesn't tell you who's in the stream, like who's chatting in the stream, unless they start chatting, and then, well, no, it doesn't tell you who's watching the stream. It only shows who's chatting. So if I think also on here, well, yeah, you can have that, but also you go into participants. It'll only list the ones who have chatted so far, so Cade's the only one who chatted so far. So who's the other one watching? I don't know. Like, I'm gonna... Yeah, I can guarantee that I don't think I'm... Well, not that it matters right now, but still. It's so weird how YouTube works. I don't know if Twitch is like that as well, but... yeah. Oh, and yeah, the Discord server, if you want to join it, the link's there, so... Yeah. Maybe when you're not under 16 though for some countries, because how with the recent thing in Australia, but if you can, there you go. You join it. Right, let's stop faffing around and let's get cracking. We spent like 2 minutes wasting on talking, so yeah. And yeah, I've got the posters up as well. So, right, I'm gonna just start this, and if I take breaks unintentionally, it's just because of parents coming up. So, yeah, and I forgot a lock on my door as well, so they can't open my door as well. So, let's go. Where's my mouse? Okay. Right. I think I can control the monitor. Okay, there we go. So now. The first movie I went through was Better Man. Now this came out on Boxing Day last year in 2024. Now you can see I structured it like this. So I've got the movie poster on one side and then some information like their original release year, the runtime, their BBFC ratings, and some notes. So yeah, you could probably read that yourself, but yeah, because it's a bit too much. But yeah, I think Better Man is the only one that. The only one on this list that is actually a 2024 release, like when it opened in 2024, but I saw it at early 2025, so I thought I went for this first. So this is obviously the film about Robbie Williams, you know, the singer, the guy from Take That. Well, he used to be from Take That, and although this came out in America on Christmas Day, the rest it came out on Boxing Day. So. Because cinemas are never open on Christmas Day outside the US. In some countries they are, but in the UK, places like Cineworld are not open on Christmas Day, but they are on Boxing Day. So if stuff comes out on Christmas Day, they'll go out the day after in other places. We're getting that with a couple of movies this year as well. So Better Man, the film about Robbie Williams where he's a monkey. And I think this poster is actually based on one of his albums as well. I don't know if it's his very first album. I can't remember the name of his first album, or whatever his albums were, but it's based on one of his albums. They just replaced his head with a monkey version. But it's surprising that the person in the monkey suit is not Robbie Williams, but the voice is. But I always thought that the person was Robbie Williams as well, and then they just put a monkey's face over him, but no, it's a different person entirely, and then they just put Williams' voice over it, and so that is kind of a cool gimmick, I've got to say. It's like, because 2024 we got a lot of monkey-based movies, not just Better Man, we also had Godzilla Cross Kong the New Empire, that was King Kong, obviously. You had Monkey Man, although it had nothing to do with monkeys, but it's got monkey in the title, so there you go. And then you had Kingdom of the Planet of the Apes, a lot of monkeys there. And then you have Better Man, and I think there were a few other monkey-based films. And then you got a couple in 2025 as well, some we'll go through. And then we're getting another one that kind of released in 2025, but it's getting a wide release in 2026. And it's also monkey-related, so it's like we're getting... most of the animal-related films we're getting are mostly about monkeys. What's their obsession with monkeys? I don't know. Especially chimps, so... Okay, that's enough about Bear Man. It's mostly just Robbie Williams. There are some of his songs on there as well. Spyco's here. Usually some brutal movies get rated 15, but uncut get 18. Like brutal movies. Yeah, but most of this is just Robbie Williams songs. Some I even knew. I liked the Rock DJ part as well of this film. Now the rest of it is going to be ones that open in 2025. So, starting off with Nosferatu. Now, this is actually a 2024 film, but it released in the UK on the first day of January in 2025. So, based on the 1922 original Nosferatu, A Symphony of Horror, this is pretty much a remake of it. With Bill Skarsgård portraying the Nosferatu Dracula himself. Apparently this also has an extended version, but obviously I've seen this in the cinema, so this was so I only saw the theatrical version. I've not seen the extended version, so I don't know what the extended scenes are. But I included the runtime for that anyway, so yeah. Nosferatu, not my favourite Nosferatu film. I'd say this is better than the original 22 one, better than the 79 film, Nosferatu the Vampire, where vampire is spelled differently, along with some of the other Nosferatu films. They can't be able to go through them, but yeah. Nothing much to say about Nosferatu. It is great, but still. Right, whatever. And then the first 90s film, Seven. Or, if you prefer to pronounce 7N. Because how it's stylized. But so this is from 1995, obviously. So this is not just a 30th anniversary re-release. This is also a part of the David Fincher season that happened around 2025 time. So the first season we had was the David Fincher season, or just the Fincher season they called it, but it's just films by David Fincher. Seven's one of them. This classic with Brad Pitt and Morgan Freeman, they're such a cool duo in this. It is quite disturbing, judging by the 18 certificate and the content advice, the consumer advice, the disturbing scenes. Pretty much based on the seven deadly sins and 7 ways to die, says the poster. And and this was the first 90s film. Has a, oh come on, 6, 7. People have been doing that meme a lot nowadays. Oh, yeah, there's nothing much to say about 7, but let's go. We Live in Time. This this with obviously Andrew Garfield and Florence Pugh. This is also a 2024 film that came out in 2025 here. Also on the first date, I think. Yeah, on New Year's Day. So, now, with the film using non-linear narrative, at first I thought So this was before I really knew what non-linear narrative was, even though I have seen films with non-linear narrative before. But at first part it confused me. So at first I thought it was like, so Florence Pugh's character cuts her hair at one point, like has a proper haircut at one point, which is like fully bald. But then there are like scenes where she's got hair again, and I was like, wait, what? That means the scenes are out of order. Then I realised later that the film uses non-linear narrative and stuff. So we got to know the bald stuff. It's got to be like after those, and then there are times stuff like that. So, and then there's like and then the scene where her character is dead. That's obviously the ending, so we know that part plays last. Like, I don't get why they chose to use non-linear narrative though, but for this. Well, whatever, it's a great film. It's not best, but whatever. Gone Girl, this is another David Fincher season 1. I think, slightly longer. This one, I think there's a book on this as well, and I think the film's based on it. I know one of my brothers actually has a book of this, but the concept of this woman who Rosamund Pike plays runs away, I guess. If I'm trying to like remember the plot fully. Then you have this male character who Ben Affleck plays, trying to look for her, and then eventually she comes back to him, and because it's like a relationship thing, thus the name Gone Girl. So there's nothing much to say. Most of the film is not really brutal. It's mostly just like nearly the end of the film that it gets brutal at the end. So yeah. Oh, for God's sake, Baby Girl. This weird sex, I gotta say. That's what I put in the notes, because oh fucking hell. This, I am not kidding. This is like the weirdest. Like there's hard. Now there is a bit of nudity in this, but there's not too much. But still, the sex in this is so weird, especially if it involves Nicole Kidman. God. And the fact that I think this is set at Christmas as well, so some consider this a Christmas film. But obviously the UK got it on January 10th, it says on the poster. I don't know why I'm laughing at this. It's because it's just so bizarre. It's not like the bizarrest film with the most sex. It's not like Poor Things level or anything, if any of you've seen that, but Jesus Christ. Yeah, it's just Nicole Kidman's weird sex journey. I can't stay here any longer. Okay. Flight Risk. Now, the proper first 2025 film that I've seen in cinemas, not the first 2025 film I've seen ever, the first 2025 film I've seen was actually Alarum, but that never released in UK cinemas, and that film was a bit balls, that one with Sylvester Stallone. And I watched that on my father's dodgy stick. But the first one I saw in cinemas was Flight Risk. Good old Mark Wahlberg there. Now, I can't believe... now, this actually was meant to release in October of 2024, but then it got delayed to January of this year in 2025. And I also was not expecting the film to be directed by Mel Gibson either, so... Even my father was shocked. It was like, I didn't know Mel Gibson did this film. But, well, he is a film director after all. He's not just an actor. So, yeah. And you can see on the poster here it says the original release date, October 18th, and that was before the delay. So, yeah. This one, with the judging by the title, it's about flying a plane, so and the risks of flying it. So. Yeah. I kind of like how the poster blends with Mark Wahlberg's face, though. I gotta say. Hey, I've made a fan-made board. The Kex classification board? What is that? A Kex? Anyone heard the OVA section? Original video animation. OVA? like section, the OVA section. I know what OVA is, original video animation, but specifically the OVA section, what are you specifically on about? But okay, what's next? Oh, the Social Network. This is the last of the David Fincher season. There was another Fincher film that I didn't see, and that was Zodiac, I believe. Well, I didn't go to see that one. I only went to see the other three. So this, you could say this is also, although I've not written it on the notes, but you could say this is a 15th anniversary of the film as well, because it was from 2010. Now this one is about Facebook, the creation of Facebook, and its creator Mark Zuckerberg, who Jesse Eisenberg portrays, and I think Jesse Eisenberg is the perfect choice for portraying Mark Zuckerberg, because they actually kind of look alike. And sure, Jesse Eisenberg is like 1 year older than Zuckerberg. It's still a perfect match, even for films like this. So, because even now, he still gets like roles that are like teenagers. Because I always think that Jesse Eisenberg is like the one who gets the most teenest role in a movie. Not just not a teenager, but like the youngest man possible. That's what I always think of Jesse Eisenberg. Not just this, but any other movies he's in, like Zombieland and all the others. And the BBFC Black Card, it never showed up at all. It just played the movie. I don't know why. There are a couple of instances where the Black Card does not play either. It's not just this, there are a couple of other instances of it happening, but we'll get to that. Okay. Genocyber is known to be a OVA, and it's rated 18. Okay. A Complete Unknown, this is about the life of Bob Dylan, the singer, obviously played by Timothée Chalamet. Now, I think the name A Complete Unknown is based on... I think it's based on the name of one of Bob Dylan's songs. I'm not quite sure. I'm not really into, music as much. I do like music, but I don't know much about Bob Dylan's music. I've not even heard of any of his songs, I don't think. I've only seen this film, so... kind of portrays his early life. I think this also won one of the awards because it was later because there's an award season that happened in February, late February time, and this was included in it later. So just a film about Bob Dylan. Okay, Saturday Night. Now this, before you ask, before you say, oh, this must be Saturday Night Live or Saturday Night Fever. No, it has nothing to do with Fever. But it has something to do with SNL, albeit it's about the creation of SNL. So they had 90 minutes to create the set of the very first episode of Saturday Night Live. That happened in 1975, where they are rushing to get it aired and things. Now, despite this bombing at the box office, because it didn't play at my Cineworld for a bit, it only played for a week, and then it just got taken off. This is actually a cinematic masterpiece, I've got to say. It wasn't in the awards, sadly, but so. And I'm surprised this was released in September in the US of 2024, but then it didn't come out in the UK until January 31st of 2025. Why it took that long? Yet the BBFC have rated it in October. So why have a massive difference when, especially for a film like this, especially when it was on streaming? If you were able to access it streaming, you could have watched it before it even hit UK cinemas. But still, I still watched it on the big screen anyway, because the way it's meant to be done, you know me. But yes, I guess it could also be because they wanted to celebrate 50 years of Saturday Night Live, so the best way to do it is to make the UK release in 2025. So, yeah. But it is a great film, nonetheless. I do recommend giving it a watch. Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind. This, not an anniversary, but it is a 4K restoration that happened. It's one of the 4K restorations that happened. So sometimes they would just re-release films that they just 4K restored and then just re-released it, even if it does not celebrate a specific anniversary. And this, I've got to say, this is one of the only times where I've seen a film with Jim Carrey where there is no comedy. Like, almost every other film I've seen that has Jim Carrey in it, he was always funny, he was always comedic, and he was like all over the place, like Ace Ventura and things. This is like one of his roles where he's serious, I guess. And honestly, some of the stuff from this film I could wish happened in real life. So basically, it's about a relationship he has with a character that Kate Winslet plays, and both of them want to forget each other, and so they have like a memory remover to remove each other from the memories, and then they discover each other again as if they don't know each other. Like, I honestly wish something like this happened in real life. Like, not... So, say if I want to forget stuff. So, let's say all the bad things that happened to me in school, for example, and I want to forget about them. Just remind them of Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind, and then get something like that to remove it. I kind of wish it can, like, get rid of PTSD as well, if anyone has it. So, yeah. I don't recall Showgirls being rated 16 in Germany when it's actually NC-17 in the US. Yeah, Germany's a bit weird with that sometimes. But yeah, one of the rare instances of non-comedy films to star Jim Carrey. Companion now! Please don't bring that one girl to my door, please. If you've seen the film, at least. Not the actress, Sophie Thatcher. The bit fit, but okay, no. But what I think of this film, it's weird. It's about a companion robot. Now, at first, I thought this character who Sophie Thatcher portrays is an actual human, but because in the trailers it does not show she's a robot at all. But then when you watch the film, you're like, I don't remember this in the trailer. Because I remember seeing the trailer a couple of times, and then I always believed the trailer, but then I seen the film, and I was like, wait, I didn't know she was a robot at all! I didn't know that! So, yeah. But yeah, I'd rather not have a companion robot, I wouldn't mind Sophie Thatcher, but a robot of her at least. The one in this film, no, get her away. Okay. Enough of that. Pretty Woman, now from 1990. Good old Julia Roberts and Richard Gere in this. From 1990, this is the 35th anniversary. This re-released on Valentine's Day. So February 14th, if any of you don't know, which you should, but okay. Now I'm surprised they chose to re-release this as opposed to other romantic movies, because I know last year I think they did another they re-released another film that had Julia Roberts in it. I believe Notting Hill. Yeah, Notting Hill they re-released. That's the one with Hugh Grant as well. But then here now they just re-released Pretty Woman. This is another Julia Roberts film, and I guess if they can think of something to re-release on Valentine's Day this year in 2026, I bet it's going to be something else with Julia Roberts, something romantic at least. I bet it's going to be something else with Julia Roberts. I don't know. It might not be, but still, there's got to be something romantic though that day. And yes, the bootleg version of the BBFC Black Card Show. So what I mean by that is, so when a film's not been classified for so long, they usually either don't show the card at all, or they put like their own version up, and it just has the rating of the film, and then it says suitable only for this and over. It does not even contain the name of the film, or anything like that. or any content advice. It's just basic information. And the logos are not legit as well. They look like they've been bootleggedly made. So, yeah, I've actually made a post about that. And when I first seen The Naked Gun, the first one, last year for April Fool's Day, it came up with that black card. That's the first time I saw it. Then I went to see Speed, which is another old movie that's not been classified in a long time. That also came with a bootleg, and then I took a photo of that as well. So, yeah, the bootleg version. I can't remember if this was the only time I saw the bootleg logo come up, or if it happened on another re-release this year as well. I can't remember exactly. But this is the one time I remember it happening this year, was with Pretty Woman. So yeah. Bridget Jones, Mad About the Boy. This is obviously a sequel to all the other 3 Bridget Jones films. So, Bridget Jones's Diary, Bridget Jones, The Edge of Reason, and Bridget Jones's Baby. I'd say I prefer the first 2 Bridget Jones films than the others. To be honest, I prefer Mad About the Boy to Baby, though, to be fair. But I'd say the best ones are Diary and The Edge of Reason. They're the best ones. Primarily because of the comedy in those films. I just like when Bridget Jones, who Renee Zellweger plays, they just show her arse a bit in the first 2 a lot, but they don't really show him that much in the last 2. They don't really do it that much in the last 2. So I was expecting when they record her sometimes. I can't remember if there was a scene where they do that in this one specifically, but I know in Diary and I think The Edge of Reason as well, they sometimes record her doing stuff like going down a pole, like as a fireman. And then they just keep rewinding the part where our arse goes dropping on the camera. So, I was expecting something like that to happen in this. But, I don't know, but it just didn't happen. So, but it is great though. It's not the best Bridget Jones film, to be fair. I prefer the first 2 again, but I know I've said that many times, but still, it's just Bridget Jones. So, yeah. Okay. Anora. So this is the first of the awards season. So this won the Best Picture of 2024. So yeah, that's the best film of that year. By critics, at least. I don't know for me, or if I prefer the other ones in the award season, but still, Anora, this, Mikey Madison, who is gorgeous in this, God. That's why I say the movie's so fit. Because it's not just got loads of sex in it, but there's also a concept that I've not really seen in movies up until this. So you know how in marriage you also get a divorce if you don't want them. There's also something called annulment, or getting annulled. So that is done by someone else that disagrees with your marriage, and that is what this film does. So I can't remember that other guy, but I know the one that Mikey Madison portrays, and whatever that other Russian lad is, get together and they get married, and then their parents find out and they're like, oh no, we don't want them married, and then they try to get their marriage annulled. That is basically the plot of this movie. And I think this is also one of those films that have a lot of F-bombs in this. I think this is in 5th place when I last look on Wikipedia. This is in 5th place, believe it or not, of the films with frequent F-bombs. And this one's in 5th place, behind Uncut Gems, Wolf of Wall Street, Fuck, which is a documentary, and The Swearnet, the movie. Honora's in 5th place, and I can't remember the other ones down, but still. But yeah, this is a great picture by critics. The other award season, The Substance, and this is even weirder. It's absolutely fucking insane. Says that in the title. So, this I cannot believe what I've seen. This is apparently body horror, they call this. I didn't know body horror was actually a genre name, but I can only imagine what some other people will think when they see this. This is also a 2024 film, but again, I didn't see it until the awards season. But my god, Demi Moore's performance in this, along with Margaret Qualley, who also portrays pretty much the same almost the same character, but not quite. Explaining this film is a bit confusing. It's drug related, but it's a bit hard to explain. It's a bit brutal as well. Speaking of brutal, we've got The Brutalist. I think I've got to say this one is one of my favourites of 2024, despite coming out in early January in this year for the UK. Now, this one, I gotta say, is very unique because... golden. Okay. I gotta say this one is unique because... you noticed... the runtime has different runtimes. Also, Cade, do you mind not spamming, please? If you don't mind. Then again, I've read the stuff anyway, but... Alright, okay, yeah, so this is unique because, notice the runtimes. I have two different runtimes. Because this film, in cinemas, this included an intermission. A 15-minute intermission. Which is, if I can disable... It's this right here. That is the intermission from The Brutalist. It is just a wedding picture with a clock above it. Now, the sad news about that, though, is that, but yeah, the crazy news is that the 50 minutes is only for the cinema versions. The versions that released on home media cut it down to 1 minute. So you're pretty much missing things out in... I thought I heard my parents, but okay. Wait, just hold on, guys. I'll be back. Okay, where's the face cam? Right, apologies guys, my mother was in the toilet. I didn't even hear the stairs, for some reason. Hello, Bluey. Okay. Alright, back to The Brutalist. But yes, I do appreciate the intermission in this, for its cinema version, but I'm surprised it never made it to the home versions, though, which I am surprised of. I kind of wish they got the 50-minute version intact. But they didn't. So, but yeah, it's a great movie. It's a bit historical as well. Yeah. Okay. Right, next one. Captain America: Brave New World, which is a part of the Marvel Cinematic Universe. So the fourth Captain America film in the MCU after the first Avenger, the Winter Soldier, and Civil War. So the early 2025 is when I really got into the MCU, and I started watching the MCU for the first time. So, yeah. And, so if you don't know what the MCU, the Marvel Cinematic Universe is, it's basically where, so basically the Captain America films, they obviously follow themselves, but they also connected to the other films in the cinematic universe, so like the Iron Man films, the Thor films, the Guardians of the Galaxy films, and Avengers as well, including them as well. So yeah, we got 3 MCU films this year. Captain America: Brave New World is one of them. This is not really the best one, to be fair. The only idea I liked about this is Red Hulk. And I'm surprised Harrison Ford plays Red Hulk in this, despite the fact that he's incredibly old and he should not be playing characters like this. But he can, apparently, despite his age. You wouldn't expect people in their 80s to play superhero characters like this, but I guess he can. Or it might be like someone else portraying that and then they just use his face over it, and then he's just like the human form, but it's still impressive. I was not expecting Harrison Ford to be Red Hulk. But yeah. Now, obviously, this is one of the Captain America films that does not have Chris Evans as Steve Rogers. It instead has Anthony Mackie as the Falcon, or Sam Wilson, that's it. So he becomes the new Captain America, I think, at the end of Endgame, I believe. I've not seen Infinity War or Endgame. I've only seen the first two Avengers films, but as of now, I will get the other Avengers films watched eventually, but especially before Doomsday comes out next year. So hyped for that. Okay. The Monkey. This is another film about a goddamn monkey. From 2024 to 2025 onwards. I think 2024 started the trend of monkey-based movies. How many more we're going to get in 2 years? Yes, that is the question. Although this is about a toy monkey, not a human-based monkey, obviously. So this is from now this is based on a Stephen King novel, I believe, a short story by Stephen King rather. So yeah. And I like the poster says everybody dies, and that's fucked up. I think some versions of the poster say that's messed up instead. Specifically when they print it to general viewing. But, yeah. But I gotta say, this is like a weird movie. Okay, I thought I heard the stairs, but okay. But yes, just da monkey. AVGN review, pretty. Can I really be in the hero? Not true, but it might be in the future. Hardest game on PSP. I don't know if I remember seeing that episode, but okay. Right, next one. Erin Brockovich. This is another Julia Roberts film re-release. This is now. They didn't specifically say 25th anniversary re-release, but I'm going to include it because it technically is. This is technically reissued for International Women's Day. And I think this is based on a true story as well, because Erin Brockovich was an actual person. Well, it still is. Still alive, actually, I believe. An actual human being. So this is based on her early life. So yeah, a dramatisation of the true story of the real Erin Brockovich. Nothing much to say about this one. It's just Julia Roberts again. So... Mickey 17, and I forgot I put that in the notes. God, I hope my mother doesn't kill me if she sees this. Because it is true, my mother likes Robert Pattinson so much. Ever since Harry Potter and the Goblet of Fire, when he was in that, along with the Twilight Saga films. This, where they make multiple clones of himself, and then the other clones die to save mankind. So this is basically set in space. This is like a space setting, science fiction. This is, and there's like two clones. There's like one. Apparently, they want to get rid of the clones as well, and only have one. And if they're caught with the clones, something happens with them. So, yeah, it's one of those kind of films. Yeah, I don't recall Planet of the Apes being rated G, not the rebuilt, but original. Okay. Nothing else to say about this one. He's just dying to save mankind, and my mother likes Robert Pattinson a lot. And I had to put that there. So, there you go. Marching Powder! Now this! Oh boy, Danny Dyer. He's so cool. He's like one of the greatest British born human beings. But this, now this is obviously drug related, as you can tell by the name. But this is kind of like a love story as well. Now this is a film by Nick Love, who also collaborated with Danny Dyer through The Football Factory and The Business, as it's seen on the top of the screen. I've seen The Football Factory, but I've not seen The Business yet. Or any of their other collaborated works, but yeah. So and I guess Marching Powder is their recent one. And yes, Huntsville is the best village. possibly where Danny Dyer secretly lives. I don't know, but yes, yeah, it's one of the greatest British films ever, I guess. Maybe not the best one, but yeah, one of the best ones out there. Okay, moving on. In the Lost Lands, this is not particularly great, I'd say. It's considered one of the worst movies of this year, to be fair. This starring Dave Bautista and Mila Jovovich, but also directed by Paul W.S. Anderson, who frequently collaborates with Mila Jovovich because they're actually married. So, notably with the Resident Evil films, along with, I think, a couple of other films as well, like Monster Hunter, which is also based on a Capcom video game. In the Lost Lands, oh no, it's not an original idea. It's a short story by George R. R. Martin, you know, that guy who made Game of Thrones. This is not really a great film. I thought it was alright, but it's not the best, to be fair. I'm going to move on. Nothing else to say here. Black Bag, it's not really my cup of tea, to be fair. It's mostly just an espionage film. There's, like, not much to it. So yeah, it's mostly just like a spy film, which has both Cate Blanchett and Michael Fassbender, or as I like to call him, Michael Fassbender over. Because of the Bender part of the name. Okay. But yeah, this is not really my cup of tea, to be fair. My father thought this was boring when he first saw it. But yeah, nothing much to say. It's just Black Bag. It's nothing to do with a bag. I don't think... Well, it might be, but I don't remember that in the plot. So, okay, whatever. The Alto Knights. This is obviously a great role. One of Robert De Niro's greatest role ever. And he actually plays two characters in this. So he's like both of the characters on this poster. So it's one of those films. And this also came out on the very same day Snow White did. You know, that Disney film that no one likes this year? And this is way better, despite bombing at the box office. And I've not seen Snow White at all, the new ones, but I just know it's bad, so, for most people. But The Alto Knights is way better. I just know it because these are my type of films. Especially when it's got Robert De Niro in them. The guy with the black mole on his cheek. But yeah, now some of you might be thinking, oh, is this one of his collaborations with Martin Scorsese again? No, it isn't actually. This is one of those films where he's not collaborating with Martin Scorsese at all. I can't remember who the director is for this one though. But at least it stars Robert De Niro and he's cool. So yeah, whatever. De Niro, he's so cool. Inception. This is technically three things. 15th anniversary because it released in 2010. It's part of the Thrill Seekers season which happened. There was this, and then there was also John Wick, the first one, and Terminator 2, Judgment Day. And then you had this, Inception. And it was later included in the Christopher Nolan season, which happened later this year. And it's got one of the best memes ever. We need to go deeper. I don't know if that's a quote from the film, though. I don't remember if it's actually in the film, or if it's just a meme, and then they just got a screenshot from the film that they just put the meme over. But, yeah. Inception is a bit confusing when you watch it for the first time. It confused me as well. But yeah, it's one of Christopher Nolan's greatest films. If you've not seen it, you legally need to see it. So, if it comes out at the cinema again, it's better to watch it there. So, yeah. Because Leonardo DiCaprio's cool. He always is. Especially when it involves films like this. So, yeah. And there are a couple of other movies in the Christopher Nolan season we'll get to later on. Inception was one of them, but I saw it during the Thrill Seeker season, but it will be the same showing when it was there as well in the Christopher Nolan season. But let's move on. Last Breath is absolutely boring. Despite being an amazing plot, it's boring for me. My father thought it was boring as well, but still. Now, this is actually a remake of a documentary from 2019 that's also called Last Breath. I've not seen that, but it's a documentary, obviously, and it's also based on a true story, that same as the documentary. So this is basically based on the documentary, which itself is based on a true story. So this is based on both. So, yeah. So this is basically the film version, the definitive version. I don't know if this is more definitive than the documentary, though, but still. But yeah, my father thinks this is boring as hell. Especially for a film for Woody Harrelson to start, along with Simu Liu, if that's how you pronounce his name. He's the guy that plays Shang-Chi. Okay, moving on. Everyone's favourite movie of 2025! A Minecraft movie! Chicken Jockey! Okay. But, now I've got a lot to say about this. Now, a Minecraft movie, despite performing really well at the box office, oh hell no, Hamza Rodin just joined at the perfect time as well. Oh yeah, I've not read that yet. That's like One of Frightening Christmas, new movie just came out. It's called Silent Night, didn't it? Yeah, I know. And I've seen that as well, but we'll get that later. Minecraft. So this is obviously based on the game Minecraft. Everyone knows Minecraft. No explanation there. Other things. Jack Black as Steve, really? Like, to be fair, for me, he's too big to be Steve, but let's just not complain about the weight. And then Jason Momoa cosplaying Dora the Explorer. I saw that in one of the YouTube comments of, like, the first teaser trailer. Then I thought, yeah, that's something I've got to say a lot. And yes, here are the meme quotes. Chicken Jockey, Flint and Steel, the Never, and what a bucket release. Now, what a time to join the stream. I'm sorry, I'm sorry. You joined at the right time. Oh my god. What's worse is that we had someone join right at this moment. Now, yeah, now, of course we had the crazy controversy happening with, like, people throwing popcorn around, but when I went to see this, that never happened. I got so lucky with this. Because I went with AGK89, one of my mates, and then one of my other mates from college, and this never happened to us. But before we went in, they were cleaning the screen still before we were able to get in, so implying that it happened there, and then the Minecraft was screening on that screen as well. They actually had a note as well. Cineworld put out a note themselves, and I think a couple of other cinemas did as well, explaining that if they do any disruptions and things, they'll be kicked out with no refunds and things. And any disrespect to staff would result in the same thing. But my god. This, now, obviously, I thought it was quite good. It's obviously not the best film of this year, and definitely not the best video game-based film of all time, but it's definitely better than Borderlands that came out last year. That was, like, alright to shit. But this is, like, the opposite of that. Like, this is, like, good, but it could have been better if it was animated, because someone made, like, a fan-made animation of the first teaser trailer, and it looked way better than the actual live-action one. So, yeah. I think later they did, like, a Chicken Jockey screening, where they actually allowed people to do the popcorn throwing and stuff with no consequences at all. But I think those were like limited time, and it was specifically those screenings. So, and I think there's also something called the Block Party Edition, which is like a sing-along, meme-along version. I didn't see that one in cinemas. I don't know if it re-released at Cineworld, but a couple of cinemas it did re-release in. So, yeah. If you want some FIFA coins, well, I don't play FIFA, so no. Okay, right, enough of the meme Minecraft stuff. Okay, back to the normal stuff. The Penguin Lessons. Now, I saw this early through the unlimited screening. This, I think this is based... Yeah, this is based on a true story about an actual penguin. This, starring Steve Coogan, about a true story of a penguin who was in a school before it died. So, yeah. Now, I saw this early on an unlimited screening because it actually came out in cinemas on April 18th, but I saw that like way earlier. So, unlimited screenings are if you can see films earlier before their actual release. So, this is one of them, and then there's another one on this list that I've seen earlier as well, but we'll get to that later. But yeah, nothing else much to say about this. I remember my brother telling me this film absolutely sucks, and I'm glad I listened to him. Delay Inform YouTube. Is this about Minecraft? I assume it's about Minecraft. Okay. Novocaine. This, or in some countries it's also called Mr. No Pain, or Novocaine No Pain. Now, this is about a guy who Jack Quaid plays. He was in a Companion as well. I forgot to mention he was in there, but he's in this as well. Where you hit him and he does not feel any pain. I kind of wish that was me, but still. But yeah, it's a great concept actually, where you get hit and you don't feel any pain. This is actually a great concept. I kind of wish this was for everyone, but still. It's a bit brutal in some places, but still. But it's a bit. It gets comedic as well. Still. Okay, moving on. A Working Man, initially called Levin's Trade during development, because I remember it in some filmographies when I was looking at filmographies and stuff. But now the actual title is now A Working Man. So this, starring Jason Statham, it's just like his usual films, just combat stuff and fighting and all that. So yeah, because if you remember last year we got The Beekeeper, which is also Jason Statham. And then A Working Man is similar. It's not like it's not a sequel or anything. It's not in a series. It's just Jason Statham. So any films with Jason Statham is just fighting generally and things. But yes, nothing else much to say. It's just usual fighting. But yes, this was called Levin's Trade in development. I think the book is called Levin's Trade as well. I think it's based on a book. I can't quite remember exactly, but okay. Right. Death of a Unicorn. Now, this we'll get to the notes in a moment. My God. This is actually unique because we hardly get movies about unicorns at all nowadays. But then I saw this, and it's a miracle. We actually have a live action film with unicorns. Because when you frequently think of unicorns, you think of like animated features and stuff, or stuff like My Little Pony and stuff. And I'm not a brony, I'm telling you. But still, Death of a Unicorn started like the live action side. I don't know if there were live action stuff with unicorns in them as well before this. I don't think that. I can't think of any, but still. But Paul Rudd and Jenna Ortega's performance in this, great. And yes, about the notes, my mother will not stop shutting up about Jenna Ortega to me, because now in some occasions my mother would put songs based on a film in the car when picking me up and things, but specifically with this, my mother started putting on, I kid you not, songs about Jenna Ortega in the car, like love songs about her. My mother thinks I have feelings for her. I do not at all. That's mainly because Ortega is like in the same generation as me, but she's slightly older than me, in her mid-20s, I think. I can't remember exactly, but yeah. And every time my mother says the word Joe as well, it's basically her initials. So yeah. So damn you, mother. So yeah, mother, if you're seeing this right now, fuck. It's what you get for doing that to me. If that offended any of you, I apologise. Okay, but yes, I am not kidding. That happens a lot. So okay, moving on. Babe. This is another 30th anniversary release. About a talking pig. Need to say more? Okay. This obviously got a sequel as well. You might know it as Babe, Pig in the City. But the original re-released this year for its 30th anniversary. I don't remember if I'd seen this as a kid or not, because I don't know if it was this or Charlotte's Web, but because I remember seeing something with a talking pig, but I don't remember if it was this, if it was Babe or Charlotte's Web or something else about a talking pig. It was definitely live action, but it was years ago though. But I don't remember exactly. But now I've definitely seen Babe along with Babe, Pig in the City. So yeah, yeah, okay. If I gave my mum the middle finger that casually, I would not be alive. Just saying. God, your mother must be worse then. Okay. Right, that's another re-release that happened. Miss Congeniality, this is another re-release that happened. Now, this one I wasn't actually expecting to re-release. Sure, it is a great film with Sandra Bullock, but this was one of those that I was not expecting to re-release, primarily because it's from 2000 and not from the 90s or 2005 or anything. Well, its sequel was in 2005, Miss Congeniality 2, which that is not as good as this. This original one's better. I like the concept of it, though, where Sandra Bullock's character, I can't remember, it's like Gracie something, it's like a secret FBI agent, and you don't think of her as one. And they have like secret cameras around her as well and things to catch criminals. It's a great concept, I've got to say. But great to see on the big screen again. Warfare now, not to be confused with Modern Warfare, so not Call of Duty. This has nothing to do with Call of Duty at all. This is yet another great war film, to be fair. Warfare. Now, I don't know if this one's actually based on a true story or if it's something made up entirely, but it is based on one of the real wars that happened, I believe, but still, so yeah, and they go out together. I like how the intro is nothing to do with wars, though. It's just, that music video, the Call On Me music video that plays at the beginning on the TVs, and these guys are watching it. So it's got to. So I assume this film is going to be set around the time that music video was around. I think it was the early 2000s, was it? Around the time where that music video was around, where it came out. So I assume that that's when the movie is set, around that time. So, right, let's move on. Sinners, almost everyone's favourite horror film of the year. Yeah, Sinners. Now, at first, I wouldn't. You wouldn't think this is horror when you look at this poster. You would think, oh, it's just like a generic action film, set in like the sunset or somewhere in Africa or something, like a very hot place. But no, this is actually a horror film technically. Now this. Now Michael B. Jordan has a dual role in this, which at first I didn't. Well, actually, I didn't know, actually. But I always thought he was just one character. But it turns out the two people in the front there are both Michael B. Jordan. I thought he was just the right one. But no, he's both of them. Yeah, and yeah, he is a sinner in this. I think one of his characters gets killed, but then his other one stays alive. So he's... I think that both of his characters are great characters, though. Yeah, but yeah, it's like vampires. It kind of reminds me of From Dusk Till Dawn a bit, with like the vampires and like the setting and things. Maybe this is like a homage to it, but it's made on its own level. So yeah, surprised it's from the director of Black Panther and Creed, because Michael B. Jordan is in both of those films as well. So obviously he was a secondary character in Black Panther, and then he's the main character in Creed, and Creed 2 and Creed 3. So yeah. Right, moving on. The Amateur. Now, it's just great, nothing much to say, mate. I did like this, but not the best action film, to be fair. This with, is it Rami Malek? Is how you pronounce his name? I think it is. And I assume a lot of you will know Lawrence Fishburne. He's that guy in The Matrix. But along with he's in a few other places as well. But yes, this is just like a basic action film. Now, looking at it again, it kind of reminds me of the Bourne films, so like the Jason Bourne films, so like the Bourne Identity and all that. But by looking at this poster and things, and the action, I don't know if that's what they're going for, but still. But with him being an amateur, it's like his first time hunting and things, first time killing. So let's move on. The Accountant 2, this is obviously a sequel to The Accountant from 2016. Now this one I actually preferred to the first one. So yeah, the first The Accountant was great. It wasn't the best, but it is worth watching. The second one's way better though. I think it is slightly longer, just by the runtime, but yeah, and I do like Ben Affleck's performance in this, along with the first Accountant film. There's quite a lot of action there and then. It gets great at some places. Monty Python and the Holy Grail for its 50th anniversary. Now, this one also re-released last year as well, for its 48th and a quarter, or no, not a quarter and a half. I can't remember exactly. Unusual anniversary, but yeah, obviously, based on the real group Monty Python, and this specific re-release had a video that was 4 minutes, I believe. Where it has some former members who are still alive. I believe John Cleese and Eric Idle and I think a few others. The ones that are still alive. I know some of them are dead, like Graham Chapman and I can't remember the other members, but yeah, it had like explaining like the anniversary and things before the actual film started. And I was trolled at the end where the credits was nothing. It was just a black screen before it ended, and there was the audience was laughing quite a lot in this. I noticed the people in front of me were laughing as well. Like when they launched the cow out, immediately I've been hearing people laughing in the cinema. So it is one of those comedies, and it kind of made me laugh as well a bit. But yeah. I think I remember someone copying some of the quotes as well, because they're indicating they've seen it like so many times, or they just remember it so much. So, yeah, Monty Python and the Holy Grail is a great film. I like the other Monty Python films as well, Life of Brian and The Meaning of Life as well. They're great as well. Along with the Hollywood Bowl one, which is not really a film per se, but it is, but it is technically Monty Python still. Entertainment One, they're the company who make Peppa Pig, aren't they? I've already talked about Minecraft, so no, not now at least, because I've already discussed Minecraft with the movie. So okay, Until Dawn. This is another video game based movie that came out this year. This is not the best one, I'd say. I'd say it's not the worst video game-based movie ever made, but it is probably the worst of this year. Because I remember only 3 of them happening. Minecraft movie is one of them, and then this, and then FNAF 2, which we'll get to later. Until Dawn. Now, I've not played the game, but I've seen the film. But I still know the concept. So basically, they just have to stay alive until dawn, judging by the title. And if they die before dawn, it goes back, and then they come back alive and things, and then it starts over again. I kind of wish it works like this, like in real life, to be fair. But still, there's nothing much to say. It was a bit gory. I'm surprised it's rated 15, despite it's gory. Still. The Surfer, starring Nicolas Cage. I think this is a 2024 film, but it never got released wide. It wasn't widely available until May of this year, so I don't know why it took them that long to release them, but still. But also, me and my father went to see this, and we were the only people there. No one else was there. It was just us two. So, they must have indicated that this bombed at the box office. So, yeah, this is, like, really great, though, where the character Nicolas Cage plays is lost, and he's trying to find a place, so... not like a place to stay, but, like... But then his stuff gets stolen and things, like his phone and things. His phone dies and stuff. It's such a great movie, it's worth checking out. Thunderbolts, this is another MCU film, Marvel Cinematic Universe. This is honestly the better ones that we got in recent times. Also known as the New Avengers, spoilers. Then again, people have already revealed it anyway. And the film's come out like months ago anyway, so... Now, Thunderbolts, this honestly feels more like a basic action film than a Marvel film, to be fair, for the most part. But it's still enjoyable, and it has still got some Marvel elements that, like obviously we still have got the Winter Soldier here, surprisingly, who Sebastian Stan still plays, and some of the characters who were in past MCU films are now part of the Thunderbolts, or the New Avengers now. That's why there's an asterisk on the Thunderbolts title. That is not there on purpose. That is in the actual title itself, because it's meant to represent the alternate name, which is the New Avengers. So, yeah, this is another great MCU film. It's worth checking out. Hurry Up Tomorrow. Now, this... If anyone likes The Weeknd, I can see why you would want to see this, but generally, this... It's not the best film, to be fair. It's not... it's considered one of the worst films ever, to be fair, but I kind of liked it, but... especially with it starring The Weeknd. You can't get enough of The Weeknd. He's a great singer. Or Abel Tesfaye, also called his actual name is. That's what he's credited as in this. And then you got Jenna Ortega again, along with Barry Keoghan, however you say his name. I think it's Keoghan, or I don't know how you pronounce his last name. But yeah, I think this is meant to be this is a companion piece to his album, that's also called Hurry Up Tomorrow, and it came out the same year. So this is like the film version of it. So yeah, and I think some people, you could even like win. Like a free copy, like a record of the actual album itself, like an actual copy, probably like an actual vinyl record or something. I never got something like that, but apparently you could win something like that with this. Okay, next one, 28 Days Later. Now, the very first in the 28 Days Later series, and then later we got Weeks Later, and then 28 Years Later, which is the new one out, and then now we're getting 28 Years Later, The Bone Temple in 2026, in January. So this reissued last year as well through the Danny Boyle season that happened, but I didn't see it until this year for its re-release. Now, this re-release in particular also included the Discovery scene, which is like a sneak peek of 28 Years Later. So the way it worked, when the lights turned off, it first showed the trailer for 28 Years Later, one of the trailers, like the recent ones, and then the Discovery scene, and then the film. Why can't it be the other way around? Why can't it be the film first and then that stuff? Especially if it's your first time seeing it, because this was my first time seeing it as well, for 28 Days Later. Still a great film, though. The one thing that bothers me, though, is the quality of the film. It is so low. And at first I thought it was like, oh, they must have just grabbed a DVD and then just ripped it off a DVD and then just played it there. But no, that's the proper quality of the film. I think it was filmed in 480p. That's the way it was filmed. So that's why it looks so bad even on the big screen. But it's still worth watching though. It's still a masterpiece by Danny Boyle. Especially with Cillian Murphy in it. It's so cool. Mission Impossible: The Final Reckoning, obviously the last Mission Impossible of its decade. Initially going to be titled Dead Reckoning Part 2, because this is a direct sequel to Dead Reckoning Part 1. But then it got delayed because of the strikes, and then it got renamed as well. And then eventually it became The Final Reckoning. At least it kept the Reckoning part of the name. That's so cool. It's also the most expensive film made in the series, and it was later included in the Mission Impossible seasons. The Mission Impossible season happened in November, and it just re-released all the Mission Impossible films from the first to this one. But yeah, I remember watching the first 6 Mission Impossible films in 2023, and then I was convinced to see Dead Reckoning in like August time, but then that never happened. So then I thought, well, maybe right before The Final Reckoning releases, I'll watch Dead Reckoning Part 1 then. And so I did, and then the day after I went to see The Final Reckoning, so I saw them back to back. So yeah. This has got to be the best for me of the main Mission Impossible games. Wait, games? Why am I saying it? I mean films, not games. Yeah. But as for the first 3 Mission Impossible, so I prefer Mission Impossible 2. But for the later ones, I'd say Dead Reckoning, The Final Reckoning are the best for me. K-Pop Demon Hunters was only released on Blu-ray and 4K in the UK from Criterion Collection, and it's only the sing-along edition. Oh, that's a shame for UK people that want to get a physical copy as well. Okay. And they wanted the original version, but okay. Final Destination Bloodlines, obviously the recent Final Destination film in the series that came out, the 6th one after Final Destination 5, which came out back in 2011. So it's been that long since we got a new Final Destination installment. And this is the first one to actually be positively reviewed by critics. The others were like either negative or mixed. So they range from mixed to negative. So this one's the best one overall, and I've got to agree to that. I'd say Bloodlines is the best, but it's also sadly the last one to feature Tony Todd, the guy who does the what character is he? He's like Bloodworth, I think his name is. I can't remember. He's like a funeral director. He is. But yeah, because he passed away last year. This was the last film he starred in, because it was filmed before his death. So, but yeah, it's a great installment, not gonna lie. The Phoenician Scheme. Now, this is one of Wes Anderson's films, which stars Benicio del Toro. However you say that name, I don't know if that's the right pronunciation. But now, this is one of those films that is presented in a 4:3 aspect ratio. So it's not widescreen or anything, it is actually in 4:3, the actual film. Because when I saw the trailers, I was like, oh, I hope the film's not going to be like that, I hope it's just the trailer. But no, the actual film is like that as well. So, yeah, I think I seen this on the day it came out, I can't remember exactly. Wait, no, I haven't seen it on the day it came out, I think it was like about a days later, I think. I might be wrong, I'm not sure, but still, this is quite bizarre, I'd say. It's not really my cup of tea, but it's still great. I think the Wes Anderson season happened as well, where they re-released some of his films. I've not went through any of them, but I think that's probably why they did that. It's because of this film coming out. So, yeah, there you go. Clown in a Cornfield, obviously not the best clown film ever. It's not better than Pennywise from It or Art the Clown from Terrifier. This clown is not better than them. Those other clowns are better. But, yeah. This one's still worth watching, though. And actually, it's not just actually one clown. There's actually multiple people that dresses up as this clown. So, it's not just a it's not just like Pennywise from It or Art the Clown with Terrifier. It's pretty much just people. Think of it like Scream, where multiple people are Ghostface, but multiple people are clowns in this. But yeah, and the fact that it's in a cornfield as well, it's so satisfying. Okay, 28 weeks later. This is the sequel to the sequel to 28 Days Later. Released. Not every cinema re-released this one. From what I understand, I don't know why exactly. Maybe they just weren't bothered. But 28 weeks later was a bit more gorier than the first 28 Days Later. I've got to say. Now, obviously, I assume it's also to prepare the re-release of 28 Years Later. And surprisingly, the Black Card never showed up on this one either. I'm still surprised for that. I was expecting it to show like the old ones, but no, it just never showed up for this one as well. So, yeah. But 28 weeks later, I kind of preferred than the first Days Later. I'm looking at page 66 of Shaun the Sheepdog up to the Seaside book, and they predicted 6-7. I found page 6-7. That can't be a prediction. I think the 6-7 meme is actually from a song, I think. I can't remember what one exactly, but yeah. If my memory isn't playing tricks with me, I remember a film I watched called John and the Hole. What on earth is that title? Was in 4x3 despite only being released in 2021. Yes, sometimes you still get some films released in 4x3. I think Saltburn's a recent film as well. That was in 2023 and that's in 4x3. And I think there's another film in this list we'll go through that's also in 4x3. We'll go through that later. Okay. Ballerina. Now, this is not about a ballerina. Well, technically it is, but this is a part of the John Wick film series. It's a spin-off to John Wick, so set between Chapter 3 Parabellum and Chapter 4. And because it's John Wick, it's got to have a lot of action, so... yeah. I do appreciate how Keanu Reeves is still in this, but only briefly as John Wick. Meanwhile, the rest of the film is just... I think her name's Ballerina, the one who Ana de Armas portrays. I'll just call her Ballerina. I think she's got like an actual name though for the character, but still, it's still worth watching. I'm surprised that I don't know when this was filmed. I don't know if this was filmed like in early 2024 or something, because this still has Lance Reddick in it, and obviously he passed away on in March of 2023. So around the time John Wick Chapter 4 came out, and that was one of his last films ever. But apparently he's in this as well. So this has got to be filmed like sometime before that or something, or they probably use something like AI to generate him or something. I don't know what they did for this one specifically, but still, I know in 2029 there's a Peppa Pig live action film from Sony Animation, and oh god, is that true? Oh god. Okay, let's go on. Karate Kid Legends. This is the recent Karate Kid film. The sixth film, if you're not including the series Cobra Kai, which I've not seen the series, but I have seen the other films in the Karate Kid series, like the 80s ones, and the next Karate Kid from 94, and then the 2010 Karate Kid, that was actually great as well, the one with Jackie Chan and Jaden Smith, Will Smith's kid. So, this one, I kind of like how this one combines the 80s series to the 2010 reboot, because initially the 2010 one was meant to be like a remake or a reboot separate to the other films, but now it's considered a part canon to the films, the others, because Jackie Chan's in this one, and then Ralph Macchio makes an appearance. He plays Daniel in the other Karate Kid film, so it combines them, so it pretty much means the 2010 one is now considered canon to the main series, so just because of this release. So, but yeah, it's mostly just Karate Kid again. It's just the Ben Wang who's the new Karate Kid now. So, and then both Jackie Chan and Ralph Macchio, their characters, train him and things. So, yeah, you're taking the piss. What about the Peppa Pig thing? Is that not true then? God. Lilo and Stitch, this is really the only proper Disney film I went to see. I've not seen any other Disney stuff this year. Well, I have, but not like Disney stuff. This is the only U-rated movie I've seen in cinemas this year as well. So, yeah. Now, obviously, this is a live-action remake to the first of the original Lilo and Stitch, which came out in 2002. And I remember watching that one a lot. So, because I like Stitch so much, Stitch is like one of my favourite Disney characters. So I thought I had to give this one a watch. So, yeah. I kind of prefer the original animated one to this one, to be fair. Just because it's original, but this version is still worth watching as well. You can't get enough of Stitch, so there you go. It's just Stitch. There you go. Now for 28 years later. Now, I don't know if this is the best horror film we got this year, but it's definitely one of the better ones we got. We've reached 28 years later. Now, obviously, we are getting a sequel to this next month. 28 years later, The Bone Temple. Which that one's going to be more gorier, just by that one's been rated 18, and this one's only 15, but still. And it was filmed in the same production as The Bone Temple as well, as this one, so... yeah. This one, now, when I watched this for the first time, at the beginning, there's like kids watching Teletubbies, right, at the beginning. So, like, after the Sony Columbia logo plays, immediately I heard, "Over the hills and far away, do, Teletubbies come to play." and I thought, wait, have I got to the right screen? Am I in the right screen? But then I realised, oh no, because I remember in the teaser trailer that there were kids watching Teletubbies there as well. So, apparently that's like the intro to the film as well, so... So yeah, and I think the Teletubby reference carries on at the end of the film as well, with the characters called the Jimmies, with the 1, 2. It's just the narrator counting down of the different Teletubbies coming out, but it's instead in that fight scene with the Jimmies instead, which they're going to have a primary role in the Bone Temple as well. They're going to be the focus of that one as well in the sequel. So. But yeah, this one's worth watching. I'd say this is better than Days Later and Weeks Later. And I hope for the Bone Temple, let's hope we definitely see Cillian Murphy comes back, because it has been confirmed he will be coming back, but we don't know if he will, per se. It has been confirmed, but let's hope it's fully true. There were test screenings, but I didn't go to the test screenings. But, okay, moving on. How to Train Your Dragon. This is the very first live-action film based on a DreamWorks animation. So the first being How to Train Your Dragon. I remember seeing the 2010 original animated one years ago, but I still decided to see the remake anyway, even if I didn't rewatch the 2010 one. And I've still not seen How to Train Your Dragon 2 or The Hidden World. I've not seen those ones, but yeah, I still liked this one. The way the dragons are portrayed, it almost looks identical. When you look at Toothless, the dragon, to the animated one to this one, they look nearly identical. It's almost the same film in some shots. But obviously they are different films because, well, this one's live action, but it's the same story, basically. But yeah, I do like this one a lot. I'm surprised this one is 2 hours, though, which is not normal for a DreamWorks, or at least a DreamWorks animation, per se. I wasn't expecting this one to be 2 hours, especially when the other Disney ones are mostly like under 2 hours. And it's sure their originals were like shorter, but still. And the live action ones are slightly longer, but you don't expect them to be like 2 hours. Whatever. Okay. Clueless, this is another 30th anniversary re-release. Yeah, it was a 4K restoration as well, just by the poster. I like how Alicia Silverstone is blending with the background as well. I think that's how they made the poster. The movie, duh. This made me clueless, believe it or not. That's a pun. Okay. No, nothing much to say about Clueless. I did like this, especially with the roles with Alicia Silverstone in her earlier roles. Because the other earlier roles I remember her in was Batman and Robin as Batgirl. So, there's nothing else. I can't think of much to say about Clueless, but it's just a great film. It's recommended giving a watch. F1 the movie, or just F1. Obviously based on Formula 1 racing, as you can guess already, judging by the title. We got old Brad Pitt as the F1 driver, the F1 racer. This one, this kind of reminds me of Gran Turismo, the other video game based movie we got in 2023. But only this is like not based on a video game. This is properly based on the actual F1 racing. There were games based on F1 racing, but F1 racing is primarily its own thing as well. But yeah, that's what this reminds me of a bit. It's almost like both Gran Turismo and F1 are like almost the same thing, because they're both racing, and they're based on certain things, but still, and all that. So. Yeah, racing, I'm surprised it's very long as well, but yeah, and it's just Brad Pitt, you can't get enough of him. Okay. Jurassic World Rebirth. Now, unfortunately Chris Pratt is not in this one. Okay, I'm over-exaggerating there. I need to drink my tea. Yeah. But yes, Now, I was not expecting a fourth Jurassic World film at all. I thought it was going to end with Dominion. And Dominion was not that great at all. I remember seeing that in 2022 in cinemas. And I think I've seen Fallen Kingdom in cinemas as well, but the other four I saw at home. But I've seen the other ones at the cinema. I remember seeing Fallen Kingdom back in 2018, and then Dominion in 2022, and then Rebirth recently in 2025. I think I saw this on the day it came out, on July 2nd. So, this is better than Dominion, per se. It's a shame it's not got Chris Pratt or any of the other ones who were in the others. Not even the original actors who were in the first three Jurassic Park films. You know, Sam Neill, Laura Dern, and Jeff Goldblum. Jeff Goldblum was cool. Because they made a return in Dominion. Obviously a lot older. But none of them appear in this one, or neither do some of the other Dominion cast. It's all new characters. At least you got Scarlett Johansson in this, and you know how much Scarlett Johansson is like in terms of action films like this. So why not just put her in? There you go. And I'm surprised Dominion is longer as well. There is an extended version of Dominion, but Rebirth is shorter, but it's better, but it's not the best Jurassic World film, but still, it's better than Dominion. The only thing I liked about Dominion was just the return of the original cast and all that. That was about it, but other than that, it's not really great. But Rebirth is way better, though. So, there you go. Megan 2.0, obviously the sequel to Megan. Now, at first I thought you would say, like, M. Freegan, or I thought it was called Megan Free, because of the Free, because how some titles stylize certain numbers, but no, it is still pronounced just Megan, and then the E is just the Free. Because number 3 is basically an E backwards, so it makes sense. So yeah, Megan 2.0. This one... This is the one where the robot Megan is, like, so badass in this. In the first, it was just like a normal doll. You can think of her as like the female robot version of Chucky, of Child's Play and things, but this is like a female version and a robot version instead. But in this, she goes full on human to actual badass. So yeah, that's what. That's the one thing I liked about this one, but I kind of prefer the original, to be fair. The original from 2022, which came out in early 2023 everywhere else, but for a wide release. Still. Okay, moving on. Superbad. Now, this is just a random re-release they decided to do through the Unlimited 25. So the Unlimited 25 was just a couple of random re-releases they wanted to do. Superbad was one of them. I think before this they had The Hunger Games, the first one, along with Whiplash and There Will Be Blood. I've not went to see those. Obviously I've seen The Hunger Games years before. And I've not seen the other two, but I went to see Superbad. And there were a couple of others after this as well. 3 of them are straight after this. And they're the biggest ones. So, Superbad is a great comedy. Good old Jonah Hill. He's so cool in this. And the comedy, I kind of laughed about it. I actually, because this is where the McLovin thing comes from. The card, the ID card they make for a made-up name, McLovin. I don't know if that's an actual name, but I remember someone in my English class at one point in college, they had a card of that McLovin thing, and I remember looking at it like that. This was during the time I never knew nothing about Superbad, and I never knew nothing about the card either. So I thought it was just something they made up or something. But then I realised there was like a set. There was like a version of Superbad that came out on home media that came with that physical card as a collectible. And I think some people even use it as their actual ID, but they still don't get away with it. But still, maybe it's a way to get away from the Online Safety Act. But I don't know how the kids get away with the Online Safety Act, but whatever. But still, it's kind of cool. But now I found where it's from. It's from Superbad. Unfortunately, it was the theatrical version that re-released, though, not the unrated version, which is slightly longer. I kind of wish it was that one, but still. Or sometimes it is advertised as the extended version outside the US, but it's just unrated. It's just got scenes that are not in the original cinema version, primarily for America to get an R rating, but still. Whatever. And now we're going to get to the biggest ones. Prepare for this long journey. The Lord of the Rings. This is an amazing trilogy by Peter Jackson. These 3 films started in the Unlimited 25 as well. The extended versions of the films were screened. And the best part, they all had no intermissions at all. So you just sat down for hours without going to the toilet. And I managed to do that with all 3 of these. I did not take any bathroom breaks, but I did take extra snacks and things so I can have more taste in my mouth and not have boring stuff in my mouth still, but yeah. And the BBFC Black Card did not show up on any of these. It just went straight to the film. And it's not mentioned in the notes, but the lights that turn off, they turned off like way before the film started for the first 2, and then for the last one, it was right when the New Cinema Line logo plays. New Line Cinema, that's it. Starting off with The Fellowship of the Ring, this is the first of the trilogy. I kind of liked Fellowship of the Ring, but this was the best movie of its time in the early 2000s, but then when the sequels came out, they got better and better. So yeah, Fellowship of the Ring first, then it was followed with The Two Towers, which released in 2002. And glad it came out in 2002, because the name Two Towers reminds me of the Twin Towers, 9/11. And if this came out in 2001, imagine controversy just with the name of the film. Like, obviously it has nothing to do with the attacks, other than, like, the fact that there are 2 towers, but... And it's not like any of them get destroyed in the film, but... Still, I kind of think it's a 9/11 reference, just with the name, with the 2 towers. At least they call it the 2 towers, and not the Twin Towers. Imagine calling it the Lord of the Rings, the Twin Towers, or something. But still, but the battle scenes in this are better than Fellowship. Yeah. And then this leads to the very last of the trilogy, The Return of the King, which is the best one in the trilogy. And the extended version goes on for 4 hours long. So yeah, and there are no intermissions either. So if you want toilet breaks, you're gonna have to miss scenes, because I know some people specifically sit close to the door just so they could go to the toilet quicker. That's why some people will book the closest seats possible just to go there and things. Yeah, but these were at the time these were the longest ones. I've seen something longer than these, but we'll get to that later on. Okay, moving on. After the Lord of the Rings, my God, sitting for 3 hours was nearly over, but still, it still happened a few times, but only either they were slightly shorter than Lord of the Rings or they did have intermissions, but still. Moving on to I Know What You Did Last Summer. This is not the original, this is the legacy sequel to the original I Know What You Did Last Summer, and the sequel I Still Know What You Did Last Summer from 98. Now this does not have any this does not relate to the other direct-to-video one, I Always Know What You Did Last Summer. That one was god-awful. This has nothing to do with that one. This is completely separate to those ones. This is only to do with the first two I Know What You Did Last Summer, so there you go. So with this one, I don't know if this is better than the first two. I kind of prefer the first two. I'd say I Still Know What You Did Last Summer is the best one. But this one is still great to watch as well, especially on the big screen. It didn't really perform well as the first two though, but still, it's still a cakewalk. I still give it a go. There's nothing else much to say. Well, let's move on. Materialist. This is another unlimited screening that I saw early than the first one. Wait, what am I saying? No. So along with the Penguin Lessons, this is another unlimited screening. So this unlimited screening was in July, but then the film itself came out in August. So I think it came out way earlier in the US, but the UK got it way later. Again, it's like a massive difference. I don't know why, but whatever. Yeah. This one, it's mostly about marriage and how many times Dakota Johnson's character gets married. So that's what it's mostly about. It's a great comedy as well at times. My favourite part was when Chris Evans' character steps on a used condom. That was the best part. That made me laugh a bit, but still. You can't get enough of Pedro Pascal in this, he's so cool and all. Alright, moving on. The Fantastic Four First Steps. This is the last MCU film that came out this year, but the first one to be part of Phase 6 of the MCU. And it also introduced the Fantastic Four to the universe as well. So yeah, this is kind of similar to the other Fantastic Four films that came out in the past, like the 20th Century Studios ones. I've even seen the unreleased 94 Fantastic Four film as well. That never came out, but that one's still great as well. But it's not as great as the other Fantastic Four films that came out later, especially this. This one's probably the best, First Steps. I don't get why it's called First Steps, though. It's not like it's their first time fighting, because I feel like they've done this before. Because they've already got the skills. And I don't remember in this one they actually showed how they got the powers, because in the other ones they showed how they got the powers and things. Even the unreleased one from the 90s. This one, I don't remember showing any of that at all. So now there is like a baby that this couple has, who Pedro Pascal and Vanessa Kirby plays. That this baby that they have. So maybe the first step is relating to the kid that gets born. I don't know. Even though the kid is barely in it. And sure, it is one of the main focuses, but still. Maybe the first step is indicating that, but still. I like how the Marvel Studios logo is like baby looking as well. Maybe that they were going for that. Maybe they were going for the baby look as possible, but still. I'm surprised it's called First Steps in the first place. It's not like the first steps for the Fantastic Four itself. Okay, yeah. Let's keep watching. Got things to do. Alright, catch you later. Oh yeah, I've not been reading the others stuff. Sony will buy Aardman and Early Man 2 in 2031. Adopt Me will be live action for Eating Nemo. Oh, what, the fish Nemo? God. Worms. God, those are weird comments. Okay. The Goonies. This is one of the 80s movies that got re-released. The Goonies. Again, the black card never showed up at all, despite its recent submission being in 2019. It should have shown that black card, to be fair, but it didn't. So, the Goonies there's a bit of funny comedy in this as well, especially at the the beginnings of it as well. The majority of the film is just about kids who just go through the underground and find treasure and things. That's the main focus of this film. You gotta like a couple of younger versions of some actors here. You got Sean Astin is in this, the younger version. He was later in Lord of the Rings. You got a younger Josh Brolin as well, and he's that teenager as well. And he appeared in later films as well. He was in the MCU eventually as well. So yeah, it's got younger versions of some actors that a lot of us pretty much know. So yeah, there you go. Okay. Alright, moving on. La La Land. This is another of the Unlimited 25. There were others in the Unlimited 25. I think the others that re-released were Parasite, Children of Men, and Shutter Island, but I've not went to see them in cinemas. I've seen Shutter Island like a year prior on Netflix, but the other two I've not seen at all. But La La Land, that was the last of the Unlimited 25 that came out. This with Ryan Gosling and Emma Stone. I think I remember this coming out, but obviously I've not seen it until now. So, this is obviously a musical. So yeah, you know how people like musicals. I think one of my mates, HK89, obviously he's not seen this, but when it comes to musicals, he always likes to watch them in subtitles. I'm not joking. He always, every time he wants to see a musical film, he'll want to see it in subtitles. So, if he wants to see this eventually, he'll want to see it in subtitles. So, yeah. But yeah, this is kind of like a romantic musical as well, I believe. I think it's like both at the same time. Okay. Superman. Now, this is the start of the DC universe, not the DC Extended Universe, not to be confused with that. This is the start of just the DC universe. Because the DC Extended Universe is now discontinued because how much movies flopped in that. Or maybe not flopped, but they were negatively received by critics. And now this is the start, and we're getting another DC Universe film next year, Supergirl, which is pretty much the successor to Superman. So, oh gosh, it's burped. Now, with this being Superman, obviously I'd liked the other Superman films as well. I'd say Christopher Reeve was the best Superman. Unfortunately, he's dead now, as of 2004. But the other actors who played Superman over the years was great as well. Especially Henry Cavill as Superman in Man of Steel and Batman v Superman, and along with the Justice League films. I've not seen the Justice League films, but I've seen Man of Steel and Batman v Superman. They're the only DC EU films that I've seen, not the Justice League films, especially not Zack Snyder's Justice League with that 4-hour version. But then this, the annoying thing about this just though is that when I went to see this, we had a couple of annoying kids. So I went with my stepfather to see this, and there were also a couple of kids that would just not shut up during the film at all. And at one point, my stepfather had to get out of the screen and tell the staff, "Oh, there's a couple of kids that won't shut up." And then he got back down, and then the staff member basically told him off for it. And then if they get that report again, they'll be kicked out. And then later, they kind of started to talk again. So my stepfather went out again, but he didn't report it to the staff. He was just going to the toilet. And then I heard one of the kids going like, "Oh shit!" So it kind of quieted them down a bit, but he didn't kick them out entirely. So it kind of calmed them down a bit. But And then eventually, obviously, we're like near the end of the film during that time, so it wasn't worth kicking them out anyway. So yeah, but it was kind of annoying. This is hardly why I hardly watch kid films in cinemas, because you get kids like them that just go over, especially when you have young children involved. I think they were like 12-ish, considering this is rated 12A in cinemas and then just 12 on home media, but still, I'm surprised that this is why I mostly go for more adult films, because you don't get any of this like this, or you hardly get any of this. I think another instance of interruptions happening was, I'll go back a bit, when I went to see Final Destination Bloodlines. I'll go back a bit, I'll go forward a moment. There was this couple, because I forgot to mention this, but there was a couple, right, that were in the screen, they were like faffing around on the door while the film was still playing. I'm not even kidding, that did happen. And then I think they just left, they didn't come back. So, yeah. Now let's go back to Superman. Oh crap. Yeah, I'm going to take a break in a minute to get another drink and have a toilet break, but yeah, and we'll go through the rest of the list after. So, but yeah, that was so weird from what happened, but okay. Now, I'm going to take a break, guys. I'll be back in a bit. Okay, where's the face cam? I don't know where's the... I'm just looking on the OBS, okay. In fact, I'll read that first. It's worth noticing that 4Kids and Funimation teamed up to make Yu-Gi-Oh! And Shaman King completely uncut. To make them completely uncut? Oh, so when they edited them, then now they want to make them uncut? Okay. Okay, I'll see you guys later. Well, I'm not leaving, I'm just having a minor break. That's the intermission part, so see you guys when I get back, just in a couple of minutes. Okay then. Oh god, hiccups. Okay, back to this. Okay, had a nice toilet break. I thought I'd just have that intermission screen for that purpose, but okay. Now moving back onto the listing. I'm surprised no one else has chatted yet. Has someone else joined the stream or not? It still says one person. I don't know if YouTube's glitching, but I'm still going to carry on regardless. So I think other people will join back later on. But okay. Next up, Bring Her Back. Now, it says it opened in July 26, but apparently in the UK it also opened in 1st of August. I don't know the actual release date. I assume it was probably 1st of August, but still. Now this is from the guys who make Talk to Me, Danny and Michael Filippo, if that's how you pronounce their last names. These are both YouTubers as well. They're popular YouTubers as well, and they have their channel is Raka Raka. You can find them there. But yeah, this one. Now the only disappointing thing about this is that when I went to see this, I was like late for like the first 5 minutes of this. Only the first 5 minutes. So, but at least I was able to see the first 5 minutes later on at home. But still. This was the only time I was late, but still, and it still affects my brain a bit, because I still like panic. I was like, oh, I hope I'm not getting late again. But okay, but yeah, you gotta like Sally Hawkins' performance in this as well, and all of that, and that kid as well. Some parts are just brutal. I'm surprised this is more brutal than Talk to Me. Talk to Me was primarily like supernatural, and this is more generic, gruesome, gory horror. So, yeah. Speaking of gory horror, we have Weapons as the next one. This is also one of the better horror movies we got this year. That being Weapons. So, this is where young children get possessed and at night, and because they are possessed by another character in this. But eventually they do go back. At first I thought that the kids were going to die in this, but apparently no, that they do go back to normal eventually. But yeah, this is absolutely great, I gotta say. Obviously not the best horror film ever, but it is one of the better ones to come out in recent times. So yeah, it's from Zach Kreger, the guy who made Barbarian. I've still not watched Barbarian. I've got to get that watched. And apparently he's the director of the upcoming Resident Evil film coming out next year. So I bet that's going to be gruesome as well. Let's hope so. Among Us, just like everyone else says. The Naked Gun. This is the fourth film, not the original or any of the other sequels. Because I saw the first Naked Gun film last year. For April Fool's Day. I had a bit of thinking what to say there. This is basically the same thing, the comedy-wise and things. I'm kind of glad they brought back The Naked Gun, because it was just such a great comedy series. Am I hearing the doors? I'll be right back, guys. I'll be back in a few seconds. Okay, I was back. Right. Someone was just using the toilet, but okay. So yeah, The Naked Gun. And speaking of the toilet, it has got a few toilet humour in this as well. So I guess that's one reason to have a minor break, just to think more as well. Toilet humour in this, but this is not just based on the first three Naked Gun films. It's also based on Police Squad, the TV series that happened before the films. So, but yeah, you got like Liam Neeson as Frank Drebin Jr., who's the son of the Frank Drebin that Leslie Nielsen played in the first three films and the TV series Naked Gun. So, yeah, this is one of the better ones. So, yeah, it's definitely worth watching. If I can move. Okay, it has to highlight the other monitor. Okay. Freakier Friday. Obviously the sequel to the 2003 Freaky Friday, not the 7 is one or the 2018 one, which is a musical. This is a sequel to specifically the 2003 one, the one with Jamie Lee Curtis and Leslie Lohan. Lindsay Lohan, not Leslie. No, what am I saying? And speak of Jamie Lee Curtis, it's my nan. Okay. That's a joke. She looks like my nan. Okay, but I think this is better than the 2003 one. I gotta say, it's one of the other only Disney films that I've seen. I think there's another thing that's Disney that I've seen this year, but we'll get to that later. But yeah, it's just Freaky Friday again. It's a similar concept where the mind swap, but only it's like with different characters as well. So yeah, let's move on. Nobody 2. Obviously the sequel to Nobody from 2021, starring Bob Odenkirk. I believe he's the Better Call Saul from Breaking Bad as well. And this was rated on my birthday, so by the BBFC. So not only I had a celebration of my 20th birthday, but we also got this rated. So yeah, I thought I'd just put that as a fact there. But yeah, now, I don't know if I prefer this to the original, the first one from 2021, but I do like the fact that it's where he goes on a vacation, but even then, he gets into fighting antics, so, and all that, so, meaning, he still gets into a few trouble, and then, all of that happens to eventually kicking the shit out of people, so, yeah. It is kind of a great sequel. It's probably not the best sequels out there, but still, it's still worth watching. Interstellar. This is the first of the Christopher Nolan season I went to see, and this re-released last year twice. First was for the sci-fi season, which happened in February, and then on its own for its 10th anniversary. I don't know why they decided to do it twice. They could have just done it once for the sci-fi season and also called it the 10th anniversary, but no, they just did it twice. I guess they just wanted to. But then I saw it this year for the Christopher Nolan season, or just the Nolan season it was called, but it is Christopher Nolan's films. So yeah, Interstellar, which stars Matthew McConaughey, I believe. Yeah, Matthew McConaughey. And this, obviously it is science fiction, because he goes on a planet and things. But what I find interesting that how long it was. I didn't even remember the runtime before I went to see this. But then I looked afterwards, and my God, it's nearly 3 hours. It's not exactly 3 hours, but it's nearly 3 hours. But yeah, my God. And there is obviously no intermission in this either. So Christopher Nolan's movies do not have intermissions at all, from what I understand. Okay. Jesus Christ, the Rocky Horror Picture Show. Do you like late night showings, guys? Because this will be one of them. So, this, I think, gets theatrically re-released nearly all the time. Obviously this is 50 years old now, so I think Jaws got re-released this year as well, but I didn't see that one in cinemas. But I did see this, Rocky Horror Picture Show. Yeah, and it's also based on the Rocky Horror Show, which is the actual musical. So, and after you watch this, you cannot unsee it. That's what my mother keeps saying, but yeah, got Tim Curry in this. This is like one of his first major roles before he was in like other comedy films, or he had other comedy roles in other films as well. But by far his weirdest was obviously the Rocky Horror Picture Show. So yeah, I'm sure a lot of you know about this as well, but you cannot unsee it when you see it the first time, especially like the weird sex stuff in this. But still. But yeah, let's move on. This is Spinal Tap. Now, I was not expecting this one to re-release, but I can guess why it did, because we got Spinal Tap 2 this year. So, specifically, this is, for some reason, they call it the 41st anniversary re-release. That's an unusual anniversary. You would expect it to be last year that it re-released, but it didn't. But it did this year. Or it might have re-released last year, but not at Cineworld at least, but maybe in other cinemas it did. But yeah, this is basically a mockumentary. So a mockumentary is basically a documentary based on people who don't exist. So Spinal Tap is not a real band, but they technically are if you count the members. But technically they are still actors portraying fictional members. So they're basically kind of a real band, but not at the same time. And basically mockumentaries about them. So this specific re-release included a sneak peek of Spinal Tap 2 as well. So yeah, and I saw that preview and it happened after the film. So yeah, there you go. This is a great film though. Together, this is a bizarre horror film. What the fuck? Yes, this is probably the bizarrest one. They called it the best horror film of the year. I've got to disagree with that, though. It's not the best, but it's the weirdest. So yeah, if you are in a really serious relationship, with a partner or spouse, if you're married or not, let's hope you don't end up like these guys, Alison Brie and Dave Franco, where the fact that the bodies merge, at least. And for that, they are an actual married couple in real life, so it makes sense that they have a film together, called Together. And the fact that they merge, it's so weird. But yeah, I would still give this a watch, regardless. Okay. Dunkirk, this is another of the Christopher Nolan season. I'd say one of the better ones for me, because this is like a war film, Dunkirk. So this originally written in 2017. This, I don't know if this is the best that Christopher Nolan did. Probably not the best one he did, but probably one of the better war films from... I don't know if there were that many war films in 2017, but this was like one of the better ones at least. Yeah, I think it's based on a true story. I can't remember exactly, or it might be a fictional story. I assume it's true, but still, it's still worth gazing your eyes upon, especially on the big screen. Speaking of Christopher Nolan, we have Oppenheimer, but unfortunately, Barbie did not re-release. If you remember the Barbenheimer thing that happened, because both Barbie and Oppenheimer came out the same day in 2023. I think it was July 21st. Yeah, July 21st, because it said on the poster there. Well, 21/7/23. That's how it's analysed, but that's what it means. Yeah, this is 3 hours as well, I can't believe it. And there's no intermission either, so... But yeah, this is still a blast to see on the big screen, because I've surprisingly not seen this when it came out, but now I have, through the Nolan season. And Cillian Murphy even won Best Actor for this picture. I don't think Oppenheimer won Best Picture overall in 2023, though. I think it has, I'm not quite sure. But I know Cillian Murphy won Best Actor of 2023. Yeah, so we got that, at least. Yeah. Eddington, now, this bombed at the box office very hard. I think I saw it on like the last day it's shown at my local cinema, along with a few others that released here, but still, Eddington's one of them. This is actually a great film. I don't understand why it bombed, because this is about COVID-19, you know, the coronavirus that happened around 2020. But specifically around Eddington, which is, I think, is a city or a location somewhere in America. I don't know much about America, but still. You don't like Joaquin Phoenix as the main character, though. It's kind of great to watch on the big screen, to be fair. It's just a shame that it just bombed at the box office. Thus, it didn't show at my cinema. It only showed for 1 week, and after that, it's gone. Because no one wanted to see it. But I sure enjoyed it, though. It's like 2 hours and a half, though, surprisingly. I'm surprised it's even that long. But whatever, there you go. You got editing, there you go. Tenet, this is the last of the Christopher Nolan season. Technically a 5th anniversary as well, because this came out in 2020. This was during lockdown as well. Though not many people went to see it in cinemas. That's why you didn't get like billions at the box office, because some were still staying at home. And you are not turning off today, TV. Okay. Like Inception, Tenet is also confusing when you watch it the first time. Only this time it's because sometimes the main characters go forward, but everything else goes backwards. So like the cars when they crash and stuff, it happens like reverse, but the characters are in normal time. That's the confusing part. So yeah, I assume Christopher Nolan is going to make more confusing films. I hope The Odyssey does not become a confusing film when that comes out in 2026, his upcoming film for 2026. But yeah, my god. So I think this is his last film to have Michael Caine in it. Like, he's not dead, Michael Caine, but he has retired from acting, so this is like the last Christopher Nolan film that Michael Caine collaborated with. So yeah, I think it's his last one. I don't recall him being in. No, he wasn't in Oppenheimer. So I don't know if there were films between them. I don't think there were. But, okay, but yeah, Tenet is a bit confusing, but still worth watching. The Life of Chuck. Now this releases this was shown at an event in 2024, but then it theatrically released worldwide in 2025 in August. And it's based on a short story by Stephen King, much like The Monkey. Only this time it's about a life of Chuck, a man named Chuck. Not to be confused with Chuck from Angry Birds, or the charging Chuck from Super Mario, or any other characters like the Chuck, like the main character in Dead Rising, one of the main characters in Dead Rising series. Okay, but yeah, you got like Tom Hiddleston stars as Chuck though. He's the same guy who played Loki in the MCU, and all that. It is also a great film as well. It's not the best, but it's still worth watching. I still recommend giving The Life of Chuck a watch. But still, it's just based on a life. It makes you think it's based on a true story, but it actually isn't. It's just a short novel from a short story by Stephen King. But it makes you wonder how much of the true story this could actually be, especially of him as a young boy and then as an adult. So yeah, all that. Court stealing. Oi, what you doing, geezer? That's one of the quotes from the films. Court stealing, judging by the title, is about stealing. Not from a shop. It's not about. There's nothing to do with shoplifting or anything, or stealing money. Nothing to do with Ponzi schemes at all. It's pretty much stealing stuff from properties. This clever film with Austin Butler. He's so cool in this, along with a few other people in this. This has got to be the coolest film coming out in August time. I think I saw this right before I went on holiday, so yeah. And I remember liking it so much. The concept of it as well. It just gets so epic at times. It's like a mixture of American and British, because I know Austin Butler is an American actor, but then some other characters sound British. But I don't know I can't remember where the setting is exactly, but it sounds like a mixture of American and British, or it might be just like the actors' accents, but whatever. Okay. Honey, don't. This is bizarre. Very bizarre. Of a trilogy that I was not expecting, the Lesbian B-movie trilogy. I don't get why it's called that. Specifically from Ethan Coen and Trisha Cook. And this kind of... Well, it's not a sequel to Drive Away Dolls, but it is part of that trilogy, which Drive Away Dolls is a part of. And that came out last year, Drive Away Dolls, but I've not seen it in cinemas. And like Drive Away Dolls, this also stars Margaret Qualley. And because of the Lesbian B-movie trilogy, it is lesbian sex a bit, but not too excessive, but still, it is lesbian related, but still. And I'm surprised that Aubrey Plaza's in this as well. I'm surprised Chris Evans is in this as well, and even Charlie Day, that guy from It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia, and the guy who voiced Luigi in the Super Mario Bros. Movie and upcoming Galaxy movie. Nothing much to say. It's just lesbian sex, I've got to say. Along with a bit of action, it's a bit stronger at times, but still. But yeah, whatever that says. It's rated PG-7, the most violent visual novel. However, they rated the mini games, not the visual novel. Okay, that's bizarre. Okay, The Roses. Now, at first, I thought this was going to be its own film. I thought it was just like, just a brand new film coming out. But no, this is actually based on The War of the Roses, which came out in 1983, and that was directed and starred Danny DeVito. Or Danny DeVito was one of the main characters in that, but he's not any of the Roses at all. This new one, I kind of prefer this version with Olivia Colman and Benedict Cumberbatch. This version is way better, in my opinion. Primarily because they're just both great British people, so... and the fact that it's mostly the same thing. It's just like the Roses just fighting each other and things. It's mostly the same narrative, but it is slightly different than The War of the Roses, but it's a similar concept. So, yeah, that's what you got there with The Roses. It is great watching. The Conjuring Last Rites. This is the fourth main film in the Conjuring series, or the ninth if you count the Annabelle and the Nuns series, which are also in the Conjuring universe. But this is the fourth one after Conjuring, Conjuring 2, and The Conjuring the Devil Made Me Do It. I think the first 3 re-released as well, but I didn't see them in cinemas. I saw those at home. Especially Devil Made Me Do It, because that released in a cut version in cinemas, and I wanted to see it uncut. Last Rites, I kind of prefer the Devil Made Me Do It to Last Rites, but I'd say it's still better than the first 2 Conjuring films, along with the Annabelle and the Nun films. The Nun films were shite, to be fair. But the other Conjuring films are great as well. The Annabelle films are alright. The first Annabelle was shite, but Annabelle Creation and Annabelle Comes Home were better. You can't get enough of just the main Conjuring films. They're based on true stories as well, apparently, from the real people. Ed and Lorraine Warren, they were real people. Because I thought these were just fictional films made up, but apparently they are actually based on true stories. It's one of the only times where I can't think of another horror series that actually bases true stories. I can't think of a single other horror series that is based on a true story. Not that I can think of at the top of my head, but still, but The Conjuring's one of them. So there you go. Some say this is boring though, but it's not. It is worth watching still, but whatever. Spinal Tap 2: The End Continues. Now, technically, this is not the second Spinal Tap. This is technically the third one, because there also exists the Return of Spinal Tap from 1992. Only that was straight to video and straight to television, and that never had a theatrical release. So maybe it's ignoring the events of Return of Spinal Tap, partly, I guess. But still, this is also, unfortunately, Rob Reiner's final film, because obviously he was murdered later this month, along with his wife, by one of his sons, apparently. I think like the legal issues within this still going on, but still, but Spinal Tap is just amazing. I think in this one has appearances of other popular artists. I think Elton John's in this one, and I believe Paul McCartney as well, and I think a couple of other famous singers as well appear in this one for cameo appearances. Yeah, and they perform with Spinal Tap, so the people of Spinal Tap. So there you go. That's Spinal Tap 2. I think I saw this the day before I got back into college. So yeah, okay. The Bourne Supremacy, this is the only Bourne film that got re-released this year. They had the Thrill Seekers 2 season. I don't know why they called it Thrill Seekers 2 season. It should have been called Thrill Seekers Season 2, but whatever. This is obviously a sequel to The Bourne Identity. I'm surprised The Bourne Identity didn't get re-released, but The Supremacy did. And The Ultimatum didn't get re-released either. But Thrill Seekers 2 season was primarily just sequels films, so there was this, and there was also Bad Boys 2, Die Hard 2, and what else? I can't remember the others. I can't remember the other ones, but it was just sequels mostly. So, yeah, there you go. But The Bourne Supremacy, I don't know if I prefer this to The Identity. I kind of like The Identity as well, but still, it's still worth watching. Matt Damon's so cool. And yeah, the Black Cord never showed up. And I think, I didn't put it in the notes, but the trailer, like the adverts and trailers, they only ran for 10 minutes before the film starts. Normally they're longer than that, but for this one specifically, they ran for 10 minutes and then the film started. Whether it's because they were in a rush or something, or they just wanted to show less trailers, I don't know, but whatever. But still. Billy Elliot, this is another 25th anniversary release that happened. And this is the first time I had an entire cinema screen to myself. No one else was here, apart from me. So, maybe it's because this had other showings on other days as well. Maybe there were people in those showings as well. But for the specific one I went to, it was only me. So, yeah. Billy Elliot. This is the original, not the musical. That came out in 2014. This is about a boy that just likes ballet dancing. He's played by a young Jamie Bell. And you gotta like how Julie Walters is in this as well. I recognised her from Secret Diary of Adrian Mole and the Paddington films as well later on. I was not expecting her to be in this as well, Billy Elliot. Yeah. But it's such a great film though. Like, I'm surprised I had the whole screen to myself. Oh god, I'm gonna crack my neck. Yeah. But yeah, it's great. GoldenEye, one of the best James Bond films ever. The best one with Pierce Brosnan and all. Now, this is the 18th Bond film, or 20th if you also count the 1967 Casino Royale and Never Say Never Again, even though they're technically not actual Bond films, but still, they're technically either count them as spin-offs or not canon, because they're non-Eon films, but still. GoldenEye is one of the better ones. The first one with Pierce Brosnan to play Bond, and followed by Tomorrow Never Dies, The World Is Not Enough, and Die Another Day. I'd say GoldenEye and Die Another Day are the top ones for the Pierce Brosnan ones, and then The World Is Not Enough is my third favourite, and then Tomorrow Never Dies is the least, but still. But GoldenEye's got to be the top, because GoldenEye also got one of the best video games on the Nintendo 64, which you know as GoldenEye 007, made by Rare as well, so yeah. So we had a great movie, a great James Bond movie, turned into a great Nintendo 64 shooting up as well. So yeah, and nothing much to say, and I've been catching up to the James Bond films when I was on holiday, so one time I was in the caravan and I've seen 5 Bond films in a day. I think it was Diamonds Are Forever, Live and Let Die, The Man with the Golden Gun, Spy Who Loved Me, and Moonraker. So the ones from the 70s. Just the last one with Sean Connery and the others with Roger Moore. So, yeah. And then I've still not seen the Daniel Craig Bond films yet, but I will get to seeing them one day. I've only seen the ones before them ones, but still. I am currently. Apparently, we're getting a new Bond film as well, but we don't know when that's going to be around. But hopefully, we'll get that someday. The Long Walk. Now, this is another Stephen King novel based on a Stephen King novel. And this now, when I was in school, I used to do the Duke of Edinburgh event where we would have to walk a long time for miles just to get like a bronze award or a silver award or a gold award. I think you do different things along with other skills like cooking and things, but the walking part specifically reminds me of Duke of Edinburgh. Only in this film it's worse. So I had to do that. It feels great when you do that. But this reminds me of Duke of Edinburgh just so much because of the walking aspect. So yeah, basically the plot is they have to walk until only one's left. And if you slow down and fail, you get warnings, and then if you fail those warnings, you get killed. So basically you cannot stop walking. And I don't think they're not allowed to run either, so it has to be strictly walking. So yeah. They even have to walk while they sleep as well, so during the night. So that probably makes things harder. You just gotta hope it's a straight line though, if you're going for an event like this, but still. Yeah. It is worth watching though. The concept of it, but it just reminds me of Duke of Edinburgh so much. This is a combination of American football and horror. When I saw the poster, I thought, no, this is not horror at all. It's just like American football, just gorier, like just bloody and things. But no, this is also horror as well. It gets pretty gory near the end though, surprisingly, but it's not much like most of the film, but still. And I'm surprised this bombed at the box office as well. And I think this was negatively reviewed as well, but I kind of enjoyed it, but not as much, but still. It's kind of worth watching though. I don't know why they call it him. It's just a pronoun. They just picked the name of a pronoun and then just use that as the title. Okay. Alright, moving on. One Battle After Another. This is considered the critically acclaimed movies of this year. it might, if they do an award season for 2026, this film might get included. I can guarantee this is one of the films that is going to be included if they do something like that. February time. Because obviously you got Leonardo DiCaprio again. Obviously he's always in the great films ever. So, yeah, let alone this being action. So this could even win Best Picture of 2025. I don't know if it will, because we've not got to the Oscars yet, but there's a chance that this could be one of the films that could be nominated, especially with it being critically acclaimed. It might not win, but I can guarantee it could at least win one thing. Like maybe Best Actor Performance with Leonardo DiCaprio or something. Or Supporting Role with Sean Penn or something like that. But yeah. I'm surprised it's a bit long as well. Still, it's not too long. It's like nearly 3 hours, but not exactly 3 hours. But still, it's still worth giving it a watch. Especially if it's gonna... If it does re-release in the awards... If they do an awards season or the Oscar season or whatever they're gonna call the 2026 one, if they do it. If this re-releases... You should give it a watch then, as well. I can guarantee that it will be included, so... yeah, here we go. The Fog, this is a part of the horror season, and also for its 45th anniversary. I didn't go to a lot of horror stuff. I think I've only went to 2, this and then another one, which I'll go to later on. The Fog, I'm surprisingly not seen it until this re-release, so... basically, John Carpenter? No, John Carpenter's... I don't know why I was saying that, but... John Carpenter's film. He's the guy who made Halloween as well, along with The Thing and Christine and a few other classics as well. The Fog is also one of them. This one I do appreciate the fact that there's a lot of fog in this, the way it was made, especially back in its day, in the 80s, but still, it's still worth watching. I swear this is about Tourette syndrome. So unexpected swearing and unexpected tics and all that. So basically, what this is set during times when Tourette's was not a common thing at all. Back in the day, it became common in like more recent times, like after the events of this film when it happened, but. So based on John Davidson, who is still around right now, and he does have Tourette's. So yeah, I think it's set in the 80s and 90s. This one, basically of his early life and things, and all that. Like his younger years as well, and how he got the, because it's unknown what the cause of Tourette's is, like what causes it to happen. It's still unknown, so we still don't know how people get it. We just know if they have it or not. So that's it. Alright, moving on. The Smashing Machine. Now, this stars The Rock, obviously, Dwayne Johnson. Nearly everyone likes him. And this is also based on a documentary. I've still not seen the documentary. The Smashing Machine, Life and Times of Extreme Fighter Mark Kerr. And also, the Rock in this kind of reminds me of his old days, when he used to do WWE. I think he still does WWE today. I don't know about that, though. I think he still does. But it kind of reminds me of his older days when he was known for having hair, but nowadays he's mostly known for being bald and probably shiny. I had to. But that's what we think of him nowadays, but still, so maybe this is like a homage to his older days as well, let alone being based on an actual, the actual times of Mark Kerr as well, who is still around now. I think he does make a cameo appearance in this film near the end, though, the real Mark Kerr. I can't remember, though, because obviously it has been months since I've seen this, but whatever, still worth watching. The Descent, this is another horror season I went to for its 20th anniversary re-release. This is one of the unique ones, I've got to say, The Descent. Now, so this there is no male characters in this at all, apart from like the intro. But the male characters get killed off immediately, so it's mostly just women in this, and nearly all of them get murdered, which is kind of sad, to be fair. This is when, you know, filmmakers are kind of disrespecting women in horror films. They're a bit sexist, actually. Maybe that's not the case, but whatever. But when it comes to films like this, especially if it's in the underground, it's more of a shame, because then you have like monsters around the film as well that crawl around. This got a sequel in 2009, The Descent Part 2. It's not as great as the first one, but it's still worth seeing. I think for that one, it only got a cinema release in the UK, and then in the US it went straight to video. I think the US version of this, the first Descent, also was cut short slightly. Like the ending, like the other part of the ending was removed, apparently. But at least the UK version was shown when I saw this, so the original version, because it is a British horror film. So yeah, there you go. Moving on. Tron Ares, or as I first pronounced it, Tron Ares, but that's not how it's pronounced. It's pronounced Ares. Obviously, the third Tron film after the 82 original and Tron Legacy. This one I actually prefer than Tron Legacy. Now, the 82 Tron I kind of liked, but not as much. Tron Legacy was better, and then Tron Ares is way better. So I'd say this is the best one, especially when you got Jared Leto in it, and he's so cool. But yeah, the action is great, and this is also the other Disney film I saw this year. Nothing else of Disney after this, so yeah, there you go. Nothing much to say, it's just Tron. It's just great when it's Tron. Basically, video game in real life, sort of, but still. Bugonia, this is the weirdest. This is weird. So if you the same guy who made Poor Things and Kinds of Kindness, Yorgos Lanthimos, and also starring Emma Stone, like it is like the favourite Poor Things and Kinds of Kindness. This is also a remake of a Korean film known as Save the Green Planet, which came out in 2003. Only this version is also shown in 4:3. So yeah, and this is Lanthimos' fourth collaboration with Emma Stone. So yeah, I assume when Lanthimos makes a film again, it's also going to have Emma Stone in it, and it's going to be weird as well. But yeah, this is bizarre. But it's Yorgos Lanthimos' expensive film made, and I saw this on the day it came out on October 31st, so that's Halloween Day. So that's the bizarrest thing about it. If you remember, I uploaded a short called The Cineworld Garden, and it's just the credits for this film, because it's literally just garden noises. Because it is garden related, part of it as well. So part of the plot is bees, so there you go. Right, moving on. Roofman, this is another true story based film, based on the spree robber Jeffrey Manchester, who Channing Tatum portrays in this. This is a great concept of making a true story into a film, because especially because I just like the idea of him hiding in a Toys R Us store. Toys R Us store. And this was back when Toys R Us was still a thing. Obviously, I don't know. I don't think Toys R Us is a thing nowadays. I think that's gone. But yeah, and thus, but the way they brought it back is just so wild. Especially when they make it as old as possible. I think at the end it's like true footage of the real Jeffrey Manchester, like during the credits, much like other true story based films sometimes. But yeah. But the concept of this is just wild. The way he sneaks into the Toys R Us building as well. The fact that he makes a home there as well. I kind of wish I could do that. I might get arrested though, but whatever. But it's a cool concept. I kind of wish I could sleep in a shop. I mean, I guess you could if your house is a shop as well, but not many houses are like that. So yeah, there you go. Black Phone 2, the sequel to The Black Phone from 2021 or 2022, when it got a wide release. Now, I prefer this one to the first one. It's a bit more gorier than the first one. The first one was mainly about child abduction. This one is more gore-fest. Well, not true gore-fest, but still. But this one is snow-related as well, judging by the poster. But it's not Christmas-related, so no, this is not a Christmas film. It's not like Terrifier 3, where that was a horror film and a Christmas film at the same time. It's nothing like that. This is a different thing. Yeah, the Black Phone 2 is also worth watching, especially... This one has similarities to A Nightmare on Elm Street as well. The fact that one of the main characters has a dream, and that the grabber who Ethan Hawke portrays with that mask is in the dream world but not the real world. So it's a bit like A Nightmare on Elm Street with Freddy Krueger, where he attacks people in the dreams and then it happens to them in real life with like the harm and stuff. So maybe that's what they were going for, but still. But I do like the ending though. It's so gory at the end. But yeah, Black Phone 2 is just worth watching. Good Fortune and Keanu Reeves is an alien. Wait, alien? No, angel. I mean, sometimes you can't think what to say. I meant angel, not alien. Okay, and it's a miracle, isn't it? So yeah, this is one of the films I was not expecting this year. So yeah, basically Keanu Reeves is the angel, and you got like Seth Rogen's character as well, and Aziz Ansari is how you pronounce his name. But, yeah, and he's the film's director as well, and it was written by him as well. So basically about fortune, where they want a good life in the future, but sometimes they either don't or other futures happen. But still, it's a bit confusing to explain this film, but when you watch it yourself, you'll know what I'm discussing here, but still, let's move on. Dogma, or Dogma Resurrected when it re-released. So, this is Kevin Smith's film. He's the guy who made Clerks. You might know Clerks, the Clerks films, along with Mallrats and Chasing Amy, and a few other films like the Jay and Silent Bob films, and all that. Dogma is his fourth film in the View Askew universe. That's the universe that these films are set in. Now, it says 25th anniversary, despite this coming out in 1999 initially. So it technically should be 26. So 1 year after its proper birthday. So, yeah. This specific release, I think it's extended as well slightly. I don't know if it is, but I've heard it's slightly longer than the original theatrical release that came out. Either that or it's just a normal 4K restoration, but still. And it also included a recorded Q&A with Kevin Smith at the end as well. That's worth as well, right at the end. And I've seen the Q&A as well. That's why it's longer with the runtime. The film is not really 2 hours and a half. That's just with the Q&A, because the Q&A is like 26 minutes. So there you go. That's Dogma there. Predator Badlands. This is the 7th Predator film. If you don't count the Alien vs Predator crossover films. Why did I not say films? I just put films. Okay. Because there's 2 Alien vs Predator films, but whatever. But not counting them. But yeah, Predator Badlands. This is not as gory as the other Predator films, though, because this one's more moderate, judging by the first PG-13 rated Predator film and then the first 12 and 12A rated Predator film here. Meanwhile, the others were either rated R in America, and then they were either... Well, the first 2 were rated 18 initially in the UK, and then they got changed to 15, and then the others are rated 15. Then this is the first one to get like a lower rating than the others. So, this one's more moderate. So this one appeals more to younger kids. Well, not younger kids, but like older kids to adults, it seems, along with some teenagers. So, due to how more moderate it is than compared to the others. So, yeah, but it's still worth watching. It's still a great Predator film. I wouldn't say it's better than the first two Predator films, though. Predator and Predator 2, but I'd say it's better than Predators. Maybe better than The Predator. I don't know about Prey, though, if it's better than that, but it's still great. There was another Predator film that came out this year as well, Predator Killer of Killers, and that one's an animated one. That didn't get theatrical release, but it didn't get a cinema release, it was straight to video. But that's another Predator film that got released this year. I don't think that released in the UK yet, but still, that one's slightly more violent. That one's not that is strong violent than the others. And what? And what, Cade? Okay, what else? The Running Man. This is a remake of the '87 film that starred Arnold Schwarzenegger, and then this new version has Glenn Powell, and he's cool as well. As a Running Man, it's basically the same concept, but some of the stuff is different. Obviously, because it's a newer film, but the concept is the same. In guise of challenges happening, and then they have to win them and things like that at the end of the contest. But still, this I still appreciate this one. I don't know if I prefer this one to the Schwarzenegger one though, because it's been a few years since I've seen the Schwarzenegger one, but still, so I'll still give this version a watch as well, despite the fact that I might prefer the '87 one. I'm surprised the '87 one didn't get re-released before this one, for those who want to like know the concept of the original and then get that same idea for this version. So sometimes they do that, but not all the time. I think that happened with Total Recall as well, because that's another Schwarzenegger film that got remade into a new film as well in 2012, and I think they re-released the original Total Recall before the new one came out, so people can get the idea of the original before seeing the new one. So yeah, it's a great concept, that. Rating versus rating, specifically video games, is getting kind of outdated if you don't add the new ones. Oh yeah, because I mostly add old stuff. Because that's mostly because I can only find the new stuff. I can't really find the well, I can mostly find the old stuff easily, but the new stuff, it's a bit hard to find. We can discuss more rating versus rating later on if you want, but yeah, I'm nearly done with this list anyway. We're like nearly done, so I don't know how many more stuff left, but still. Heat. This is from 1995, another 30th anniversary, and this is actually great to see on the big screen because of the sound effects, especially during the famous shootout scene with all the characters, where they're like with the booming surround sound. It's great to have on the big screen. Good old Al Pacino's in this, along with Robert De Niro. Make a great duo in this. Well, they're like opposite characters. Like Robert De Niro's on the bad side, and Al Pacino's on the good side. Then you have Val Kilmer, who sadly died this year, but still, yeah, this is also worth watching. Especially if it re-releases on the big screen. If it re-releases in cinema again, I would see it again. Well, obviously I wouldn't, but because I would only see them once at the cinema, and then after that I wouldn't. But I would recommend seeing this on the big screen, especially with the sound effects. Yeah. Please do rating versus rating. Zero versus Grak. Is that the Korean rating, Grak? Because I don't think I've done any of the Grak ones yet. That could be a future idea, yeah. Yeah, Heat's a great film. Just recommend watching it. Sisu, Road to Revenge. This is obviously the sequel to Sisu from 2022, though it had a more wider release in 2023. And both films are proper gore fest, that's what my father says. And this one is also titled Sisu 2 in Finland, or C2U as it's stylized here, but still. But this is the second Sisu film, and just like with Billy Elliot, for me, I had the entire screen to myself again. Only this time, this was on a bigger screen, so, and I was the only one there, no one else was there, so this was actually kind of the best experience for me, in terms of having a cinema screen on my own. I had a cinema screen to myself on Billy Elliot as well, but that was a smaller one. Well, not the screen size, but it was a smaller room with less seats. This one had like way more seats. Like the screen sizes are generally the same, but you have like different amount of seats in different screens. So only 3 screens in my local cinema are big, and then the rest are small. So out of the 10, so. Yeah, the Sisu Road to Revenge is definitely worth watching. It's proper gore fest, but still, I think this kind of bombed at the box office as well a bit, because it is a Finnish film, as in Finland Finnish, not Finnish or something or whatever. But okay, but yeah, it's definitely worth watching. There is English in this, but the main character, the one who Jorma Tomilla, however you say his name, he doesn't have any dialogue in this one. He had a bit in the first film at the end, right before the credits, but in this one he has no dialogue at all. So he's just a silent guy in this, I believe, and it's mostly just grunts you hear and things. But he doesn't have any talking at all. But you have other characters who do speak either English or Finnish. So there you go. Now you see me. No, you don't! I had to do that. Obviously, this one's a sequel to both Now You See Me from 2013 and Now You See Me 2 from 2016, which is also called Now You See Me The Second Act. And no, this is not called Now You See Me 3, it's Now You See Me, Now You Don't. Oh, in fact, I should do this. Now you see me, now you don't. Now you see me, now you don't. Now you see me, now you don't. I remember something like that happening when I think it was like a short promotion for the film, and I think it had Morgan Freeman himself advertising the film, along with talking about unlimited cinema for Cineworld and things, and it did exactly that with him, possibly his character, the character he portrays as well. But still, I do like these films. I'd say this is the best one, to be fair. Better than Now You See Me 2. That one was alright for me, but it's not the best. But I'd say Now You See Me 1 is like the second best. But still, right, moving on. This is the biggest event of my year. I'd say this is my better experience than the Lord of the Rings that I went through. The Kill Bill, the whole bloody affair. So this Quentin Tarantino's movie, well, movies, because there were originally 2 films, Kill Bill Volume 1 and Kill Bill Volume 2, and then, because they were originally conceived as one film, but then split into 2 films during production, and then released in 2003 and 2004 respectively, and then around 2006, that's when Tarantino combined the films into one, so thus Kill Bill, the whole bloody affair it's known as, though sometimes it's called Kill Bill, the combined version, though the actual title is the whole bloody affair. However, in 2006 it was only for like at the Cannes Festival, and I think in 2011 it was shown at Tarantino's own cinema. I can't remember the name, it was like Beverly something, but yeah, it was shown at his local cinema somewhere in America. But then it didn't get a wide release until now. We finally got a wide release in 2025. And I did see it on the big screen. So, yeah, this combines the 2 Kill Bill films. And it's completely uncut. So that fight scene that was in black and white originally, it's now in colour. And I think the Japanese version of Volume 1 had the uncensored version of that scene as well. So it's pretty much based on that one, but this is the first time it's been uncut for all regions. So, and then I think this version also adds a new animated sequence, which extends the original animated sequence that was in the original. and and there's also a 15-minute intermission in this, so this is another time I've got to experience an intermission outside the Brutalist. But only for this one, there was no timer. Like, it was just a screen saying intermission, so you didn't know how much was left unless you figured it out in your head. But we still managed to get enough time before, and we still had plenty of time before the film, when we got in, before the rest of the film started. The intermission plays between Volume 1 and 2, so yeah, so you could think of it as like a double bill as well, even though it's technically not, but you could think of it as that. Yeah. And then after that, there was a new animation that came up, that you can actually watch on YouTube. It's called The Lost Chapter Yuki's Revenge, and this is actually an animation made for Fortnite, the game Fortnite, and it was shown at the end of, so after Kill Bill The Whole Bloody Affair, probably as a bonus, but not many people got to see it at the cinema, but I was one of them who did. But you can watch it on YouTube, it's on the official Fortnite YouTube channel as well. So, because it has got Fortnite characters in it, but it is so cool how much they made it. And the fact that the bride is still voiced by Uma Thurman as well, it honestly makes me think that we could get a Kill Bill animated series or something using that animation. I honestly wish we could kind of get that. So it will be kind of cool to have something like this. So yeah, nothing else much to say about Kill Bill. It's so far the longest film I've seen ever, not just at the cinema, but ever. So, and that's just the two films combined. So, there might be a chance where this might not actually get a physical media release or a streaming release, but that might change, who knows, but this might be cinema exclusive, but hopefully that's not fully the case and we actually do get a home release as well, preferably physical media as well, but obviously it'll be streaming as well, but still. Hopefully it will happen, especially because with the extended scenes and stuff, but yeah. But yeah, this is a wild one. After that I saw Gremlins in cinemas. Now, I actually have seen this before the re-release as well, but I barely remembered it, so I thought, you know what, I'm going to watch it again on the big screen through the Christmas season, because they sometimes re-release Christmas films during December time, and most of the time they just do the same film. Sometimes they will choose some different ones, but most of them are the same. Gremlins also re-released last year, and I was thinking of seeing it last year, but I didn't get to, so I had to do this year. So yeah, and at the time I've not seen Gremlins 2 either, so I thought I'd watch this and then I'd give Gremlins 2 a watch, and then I've seen that, and then that one's good as well, but nothing compares to the first Gremlins, honestly, but yeah. So yeah, as much as I remember Gremlins, because now I remember a lot more about this, like how the Gremlins evolve and things, from the Mogwais to the actual Gremlins themselves, and all that. It's just a great concept. But yeah, it's just a great film, Gremlins. Silent Night, Deadly Night. This is the remake of the 1984 film of the same name, and it's also the second remake after 2012's Silent Night. So, and this is the more recent one. I think I prefer this one to the original, honestly, along with Silent Night, Deadly Night Part 2, which most of that was just the first film again with archive footage, and then only some of it, only like 30% of that one was new, but still. But it's definitely better than the direct-to-video Silent Night, Deadly Night films, 3, 4, and 5, that were straight-to-video. Those ones were shit. And they were almost unrelated to these, apart from like a few character names that were similar, but it wasn't like someone dressed as Santa Claus killing people and things. Unlike these. This one's a bit more supernatural though, but yeah, this one's kind of worth watching. I like how Rowan Campbell's in this. He was the guy in Halloween Ends, who was like the opposite of Michael Myers in that one. So him also being a violent character in this as well, kind of makes him like almost, well, not a violent actor, but a character known for playing violent people. So there you go. Five Nights at Freddy's 2, the other video game-based movie. The sequel to Five Nights at Freddy's from 2023, the film, not the game from 2014, but it is based on the games. This one's based on more of Five Nights at Freddy's 2, which was in 2014, along with the first FNAF. So yeah, all games made by Scott Cawthon. Some of you will know I've done Let's Plays of these games with the face camera as well. And yes, good old the Whistle Meme guy's back as well, you know, Josh Hutcherson. And I'm surprised he's in this one, because the actual FNAF 2 game does not have his character, Mike Schmidt. It's a different security guard entirely. But then this sequel has... like, I know the films are not really kind of canon to the games, but still, and they just have some references. So like the animatronic designs are based on the FNAF 2 versions, like the toy versions. And all that. So yeah, and the animatronics have voices as well in this one, which I kind of liked as well. This one I think is better than the first FNAF. It's still got negative reviews by critics, sadly, but it's better than the first FNAF. I've got to say that. So yeah, there you go with that. So that's with FNAF. Wicked for Good, obviously the direct sequel to the first Wicked, also known as Wicked Part 1. And this was initially known as Wicked Part 2 during production, and it still is called Wicked Part 2 in some countries, but over in most regions it's Wicked for Good. So this was shot back to back with the first Wicked. And I'm surprised the first Wicked is really long, but this one's slightly shorter. I don't know if I prefer this one to the original, the first one though, because I kind of like the two films combined as well. I think when there was a double bill that happened as well, I didn't go to the double bill, I only saw the film separately, and this year I only saw For Good, so, but apparently the double bill actually did have an intermission, like its own intermission, so even after the credits, so if you treat the credits as an intermission, you pretty much get a longer break. So, yeah, and it actually had a unique timer that I didn't get to see in cinemas, but I think you can. I think some people have recorded it and uploaded it online, but still. But yeah, Wicked for Good is also worth watching. I think this will also win the awards as well, considering the first one was also in the awards season this year. Yeah, and what I forgot to mention with the Superman as well for this, but with both this and Superman, the BBFC Black Card, the Create the Card competition happened, and it happened with both the first Superman and Wicked for Good as well. Wait, not the first Superman? No, the 2025 Superman, that's what I meant. So we had the Create the Card competition happening twice, first with Superman and then with Wicked for Good. Because last year we had it with Sonic 3. So, yeah. That's enough of Wicked. And Wicked is based on Wizard of Oz as well. I almost forgot to mention that. You can tell the Yellow Brick Road. And it also introduced some characters who were from Wizard of Oz as well. Like some of the other characters, like Dorothy, the Lion, the Scarecrow, the Tin Man, and things. Though they were only shown briefly in this. It's not like they're the main characters still. Both these two, the ones that Ariana Grande and Cynthia Erivo portray, they're still the main characters, like the first Wicked. So, yeah, there you go. Then, so far as of now, the last movie I went to see in cinemas so far was the SpongeBob movie, Search for SquarePants. Now, initially I was not thinking of going to this one, especially because I'm not really a huge SpongeBob fan, but after seeing the first three films, I thought, you know what, I'll give this a watch, because I went with Guess Who back to see this. He wanted to see this as well. So, yeah. So this is the fourth main SpongeBob film, not counting the spin-offs. I've not watched the spin-offs, but I have seen the main ones. Those being the SpongeBob SquarePants movie, the SpongeBob movie, Sponge Out of Water, which I do actually remember seeing that one back in 2015 quite a few times. Not on the big screen, though, I don't think, but I remember seeing it a lot at home, and I remember liking that one so much. So that one was worth rewatching. along with Sponge on the Run. That was my first time seeing that as well. That released in 2020, and then you have this new one, The Search for SquarePants. Basically the same concept. It's just SpongeBob SquarePants. So the comedy and things are the same basically. So and all that. So yeah, I've not really watched much of the show. Only like bits of a couple of episodes, but I can kind of get the idea of SpongeBob. So yeah. And yes, I had to include that quote from the show. That's not a quote from the film, the "I got diarrhea." That's a quote from one of the episodes of the show. So, yeah. And that is it so far. The rest of the pages are blank for some reason, but you can see that's what the overlay is like. So, yeah. That is the entire list so far. Now, obviously, right, I'm gonna close the window. Oh, wait, what am I doing? Wait, what am I doing? Am I still live? Because I just closed that window down. I am still live, am I? Okay, I am, yeah. Okay, hold on, I'm just, I am still live, am I? Okay, I am, yeah. Okay, it's working, yeah. I was just looking at my phone. Okay, right, now I'm just going to actually go on to the actual Cineworld website, because I'm still viewing from the other monitor screen, so yeah, there we go. So yeah, that's the Cineworld list so far. So hopefully I'll probably go at least 2 more times, maybe, I'm not quite sure, but yeah. Speaking of SpongeBob, Sponge on the Run was originally you on Netflix, but upgraded to PG for home videos. Yeah, I noticed that as well for Sponge on the Run. We will go to the BBFC's website as well for the rest of the stream. Well, maybe not for too long because it's almost getting late at night, but I'll load that up as well. I'll load that up as well. So I'm just going to go through some of the upcoming releases. So I'm hoping to get the Housemaid watched before 2026, because apparently this had previews on 22nd, 23rd, and 24th, so just before Christmas, and then it properly releases on Boxing Day. So hopefully I'll get that seen before 2026. And the biggest one, obviously, I've got to see Avatar: Fire and Ash. I've still not seen that yet, but hopefully I'll get that one seen as well. This one's 3 hours, so 197 minutes, so that's 3 hours, over 3 hours, and there's no intermission either, just like The Way of Water. I remember watching Way of Water in cinemas. I've seen the first Avatar in cinemas as well, and that reissued in 2022, before Way of Water released, but still. But others I'm probably going to have to see early 2026, like Anaconda. I'm waiting for the new Anaconda, Jack Black and Paul Rudd. I've not seen the other Anaconda films yet, like the original ones. Yeah. Along with Mighty Supreme, I've got to get that one seen as well. That one has Timothée Chalamet in it. I'll have to see them in early 2026. We're getting Song Sung Blue. This is an interesting one. We've got Hugh Jackman in this, in his singing roles, along with Kate Hudson. Waiting for this to come out. What else? Sentimental Value, I've heard that. Hamnet, I've heard this coming out. My biggest anticipated movie of next year, 28 Years Later, The Bone Temple. I'm obviously waiting for this one. This is my most anticipated film of next year. It's going to be gorier, judging by the 18 certificate. Yeah. with the first one being rated 15, but still. Funny with the special screenings, it's just Christmas films. Got Labyrinth re-releasing. I've got to see Labyrinth for that. I've not seen Labyrinth, but still. And again, they're re-releasing the Lord of the Rings trilogy again, and extended versions as well. I'm not gonna see them on these though, because I've seen them already this year. So I assume it's because of the 25th anniversary for Fellowship, but they just re-release all of them because they're just a great trilogy. Return of King 200. Yeah, that is so long. Yeah. What's else on coming soon? Giant. I think this actually got an unlimited screening this month. But then we're getting a proper theatrical release in January. Rental Family. I think I'm waiting for that. That's Brendan Fraser, I believe. Yeah, Brendan Fraser. Mercy. That's Chris Pratt in an action film. Return to Silent Hill, that's the first video game based movie we're going to get in 2026, because we're getting a lot of video game based movies in 2026. Return to Silent Hill will be the first, then we'll get the Super Mario Galaxy movie, and then we'll get Mortal Kombat 2, a new Resident Evil film, and a new Street Fighter film, and then Angry Birds movie 3. We'll get all them. Primate, another film based on a monkey again, so we've got another monkey-based film, Primate. Send Help, I've not heard of that. Kangaroo, oh god. And nothing else here, so, yeah. And this is just mostly showing new stuff. Yeah, Christmas Karma, I've surprisingly not seen this one, surprisingly. I don't know what it's like, Christmas Karma, but I keep seeing, like Cineworld adverts pop up, and it's promoting this film. But still, and all that. Apparently, you can get merchandise with Avatar: Fire and Ash. Yeah, most of the Christmas films are just the same when they re-release them. Like Die Hard, Elf, Night Before Christmas, It's a Wonderful Life, Polar Express, Love Actually, The Holiday. I'm surprised The Holiday did not re-release last year, but it did in 2023, and then they re-released it again this year. I expect it to re-release next year, with it being a 2006 film. I'm definitely waiting to see Labyrinth on the big screen. Not seeing The Lord of the Rings again. I'm surprised they don't do the Hobbit trilogy when if they re-release them. Surprisingly, not the extended versions either. So yeah, that's interesting. But yeah, the BBFC site has changed a lot. As you can see here, there's no longer a recently rated section, so the only way I can load it is to change the URL or just put it in your favourites and then load it that way. That is the only way I can access it now. It's a shame, but that's how things work nowadays, because they've changed a lot. So yeah. But it's mostly just upcoming releases and trailers for upcoming releases. Avengers Doomsday. This is the movie everyone's waiting for next year. In 2026. And, yeah, I remember making a post and making a 300 joke. This is Sparta. With that. You also have to scroll all the way down to the bottom just to look at video games instead of... Yeah, that's a massive problem as well. There's no... right, we'll go back to Silent Hill for a bit. So, because they have rated some video games. So, you got the films here. Yeah, you have to go all the way down just to look at the video games. It sucks. Because they changed the formatting as well, so I'll go with Halloween, for example. So when it on the older version of the website, the top results would show the original '78 film, the 2007 remake, and then the 2018 reboot, 2018 sequel. But now it's not like that. You have to go all the way to the bottom to find them, because it used to be so let's say a title of the film is just Halloween, that will just pop up at the top. It's not like that anymore. You have to go all the way down just to find them. So yeah, that's how you can find them. I have no idea why they decided to do this. It kind of makes it more confusing, but to be fair, so yeah, it's just I don't know why it works like this, but it's just how they've done it. Well, what I do like, though, is the way you can actually shrink the overview. You couldn't do that before, now you can. And you do this the same as before, and things, still. But yeah, they've changed a lot. And there's no R18 label, even after you press the Show Adult Content filter. You can't find the R18 filter. And I think that gets rid of the video games as well. So if I go back to Silent Hill, press Show Adult Content, the video games are gone. And there's no tab there to find them. Where are the video games gone? It just shows the films. I don't know what this 2002 one is. Art of Silent Hill, what's this? It must be something for a video game. I think it's related to Silent Hill 2 or 3 or something, I don't know. But yeah, the games are gone. So, yeah, they really screwed up on the video games stuff. Especially when the video games themselves, when you load them, they still don't have a lot of information. Well, this has bonus material. It's just the industry details for Silent Hill 3. Silent Hill 4, that's just the industry details as well. What's the Silent Hill experience? I've not heard of this one. Origins, that's just that as well. You see, they've still not updated the video games part. They've pretty much fucked it up. So, yeah. Yeah, they are going weird. The other bizarre thing, guys, though, is when they handled the Puppet Master film. So I think they are still fucked up. So you got some down here. Now the first Puppet Master is on the website, but you have to type it as one word, and then it will show up along with Retro Puppet Master. So you got a page for Puppet Master 3 here, but then there's this one. First, that should be on one page, but when you load this one, obviously you got that. Two separate films entirely, which is Axis Rising and Axis Termination. They are totally separate films, unrelated to the third one. They are in the same series, but it's in this page. Why? I have emailed them this, and they've still not corrected it. Even after a second email of that. They've still not done it yet. They might get it done eventually, but... And then you've got two pages for Puppet Master 4 here. You've got this blank one, which is just when it was first submitted. And then this new one here. But get this! There's also a listing for Puppet Master 5 on there as well. Which, that has its own page. Which was rated in 2016. So that Puppet Master 5 one should be in this page, not the fourth one. It is so confusing. I have no idea why it's like this. Maybe it's because there's like quite a lot of films in this series. There's like not like as much as like Godzilla or Bond or anything, but still. And they must have got confused at one point. It's like, we'll just that's Puppet Master. We'll just put it in there. Because some of these films have got different ratings. Some of these are 15, some of these are 18. And they're completely different. So, and some of these got reclassified. I assume... I don't know if Puppet Master 3 got reclassified or not. because despite the page being called Puppet Master 3, it's actually listing 2 separate films, which Axis Rising is 15 and Axis Termination is rated 18. They are totally separate films. It's not like the same film with different titles in different countries or anything, or alternate versions. No, these are totally different films entirely. So it is so bizarre, and they've still not fixed this issue. Because I know you mentioned that Anaconda one as well, the original. Have they stopped? They've still not fixed that yet. Yeah, even though I think the film itself is actually rated 15, and then this 5-minute thing is rated 12. I've emailed them about it. They've replied saying, "Oh yeah, we'll correct these in due course." They've still not done it yet, unless they are planning to do it later on. Obviously, they're not going to do it today because it's Christmas, but because no one works on Christmas. But still, but yes, it's still sad that BBFC removed the content device for video games, as Peggy didn't start using content device until after the BBFC stopped rating games. Yeah, maybe that's when Peggy started to do them, because they became legally enforced in the UK. Yeah, I don't know what the BBFC is on when redoing the site. Possibly some drugs, but still. Oh, the camera's moving. But yeah, it is so bizarre, and I hope these get fixed eventually. Because out of the other things I've emailed them about, they have corrected. And sometimes, like, most of the stuff that I've issued them about have been corrected, but not everything has. So there are still some things that still need to be sorted, and things. So yeah, I think there's another problem actually. I don't know if it's still here, but for the original Silent Night, Deadly Night, 2 separate pages. Even that, though, only that one is called just Silent Night, Deadly Night, and then this one's Silent Night, Deadly Night Part 1. When that's not the official title, I assume it's called that because they also submitted Part 2 during the same time, and that's when it got unbanned as well, because it got rejected initially. But still, like, this is the exact same 84 original. Like, it has like the same cast listings as well. Actually, there's no cast listings on that. Is there on this one? No, there is on this one, but not on the other. But it's got the same director, the Charles E. Zelia Jr. Yeah, and I've told them that they should combine the pages together. They've still not done it yet. They still haven't done it. So maybe they are going to do it, but they've just not got time to doing it yet. So there you go. And I think sometimes they've still not even separated pages. Like, here's Clerks, the first Clerks. Even though I think these 15 rated entries are a different version of the film. And then these are the theatrical version, and then I think that's the theatrical version of the audio commentary. And then that one is the first cut of Clerks. They should be separate pages. I've emailed them about it. Still didn't do shit. At least not yet. They're probably getting there. They probably want to alter other ones first, like the more common ones first, and then update the non-common ones. Even though I think Clerks is a common film out there. I'm pretty sure. I think it's same with another Kevin Smith series, the Jay and Silent Bob stuff as well. Or it's not going to show up there. I'm going to have to do it like this. Okay. Teabagging in the UK has 2 separate pages as well, when they should be 1. And some of it, I think, clearly has to be bonus material as well. So that one is like over 200 minutes. That's like 4 hours. Or wait, that is it 4 hours? Well, nearly 4 hours or something. And that's just one listing. And then this other page has a shorter description. Only the recent one says crude sex references, but this one is copying this one. So why exactly? And they should be 1 page as well, definitely. So yeah, they should definitely be on 1 page. It's like that when they do Netflix stuff as well. I think initially, well, we'll go back to Halloween for a minute. Well, apparently it's Halloween now. The 2007 one initially had 2 pages, but now they've put them into 1 page. But they have a separate one for the director's cut. But this one has the theatrical version, which is both the cinema release and the Netflix submission. So they combined them together. But when 28 Weeks Later got a Netflix submission, or 28 weeks later, they're not combined, they are separate pages. Yeah. So that's why in the presentation I just used the consumer advice from this page and not the Netflix one. And this actually got rated on the same day it re-released as well, in cinemas for a brief time. So, yeah. Strangely, Jay and Silent Bob Strikes Back was rated 18 for frequent very strong language, despite there being no use of very strong language. I've not actually seen the Jay and Silent Bob films. I've only seen the first 4 of Kevin Smith's View Ask Universe films, the first Clerks, Mallrats, Chasing Amy, and Dogma. I've not seen this Jay and Silent Bob films, but hearing that is weird. Maybe they thought very strong language meant the F-bomb as well back in the day, because it was in 2001 after all. So I'll just put Jay Silent Bob again. And sex references, obviously. Because obviously I know the guidelines were different back then, but sometimes they would list language for an 18 rated stuff as well, when nowadays that wouldn't be the case. Maybe very strong language was also, maybe the F word also counted as very strong language back in its day as well. Either that, or they must have just, or maybe they first heard it and they thought, oh, there's a couple of C words in this, we'll give it very strong language. Maybe it's a Mandela effect thing that they go through. I don't know if any BBFC members would suffer from the Mandela effect or anything, because sometimes we do experience the Mandela effect ourselves in films. I know I've had a few times actually, but I don't remember every film, but still, it's so crazy. Surprised this is the only 15 rated Jay and Silent Bob one as well, the reboot one, and it's got a shorter description because, of course, it's Netflix, and that doesn't get its own page either. So that's interesting. It's weird because the Netflix consumer advice is shorter than almost. It doesn't say like strong or anything or moderate. It's just nudity, sex references, language, drug misuse. So even though that says strong language, sex references, drug misuse, and nudity. So this gives more information than the Netflix one, which is surprising. And this one had a Q&A as well. I didn't know this. Still. I'm guessing that they are counting sexualized uses of strong language as very strong language. Probably. Though again, I've not seen it, so I can't confirm it myself. But it's possible. It's possible, indeed. But still, I'm going to look at some on Wikipedia. We had a few. We had like a massive range of deaths this year. So now, obviously, in my update video, I mentioned Censored Gaming. Dan from Censored Gaming, he killed himself. Probably because what he was going through. But this doesn't mean we had other notable deaths as well. It's best if I go through the list instead. So it's going to be a long list, but I'll probably go through the ones that I know. So I know Jeff Boehner was the first one. This was on the same day I did that 2025 live stream. Surprisingly. like nearly every month we had like a notable big name pop up in the news that had died. So, because I know David Lynch was one of them. I'm just trying to look for him. I think it's like in the tens. Oh yeah, here. And I think in January of 2026, we're briefly getting some of his re-releases, like Blue Velvet and Mulholland Drive. Apparently he's the television producer of the Twin Peaks as well, David Lynch was. Surprised they chose his younger picture there for his actual profile when he looked nothing like this when he went older, but still. Surprised people come up with these lists because it's like so long. I'm surprised they can keep up. I assume it's only like at least one person knows, and then they just, oh yeah, we've got a death list, so we'll just put it there. So, yeah, I guess that's the way it works. I guess. Actually, I have to scroll all the way down. Okay, we'll go to February next. I think we had some of the more notable ones in February. So well, I might have gone past. I'm not sure. Well, I'm not sure exactly, but because now we had more notable ones this year. No, Gene Hackman was one of them. So basically, I think for the Gene Hackman one, he was found in the one of the 20th. I think it's the 27th. They found him. I don't know where he is on the list. Or is it 28th? No, it's earlier than that. I don't remember exactly. It's definitely on here. I'll just use the find feature. There we go. Oh, on the 18th. Okay. But I think he was discovered on like the one of the 20th. I think on the 27th. So this was like one of the more notable ones because I think at the time I did my live stream, he was still alive. But then, as soon as, well, not as soon, but when my live stream went after my live stream is when he passed away. So, but he still managed to get 95 years, and his wife died like around the same time as well. So, because they were both found. So, yeah, and it took a while to like analyze like what their cause of deaths were, which is surprising. I can't think if there was any more this month in February time. Oh yeah, Michelle Trachtenberg. That was the best known as one. It took them like for Michelle Trachtenberg specifically. It took them like almost a month to figure out her cause of death, and it was diabetes specifically. Surprised it took them a month to find out. It normally takes like a few days, and then, but for her specifically, it took them like a month. I think some other people take a while. I can't remember if there was any in March. I don't think there was any in March. Not that I can think of at the top of my head. No, I can't really think of any in March at all. Yeah, I can't think of any notable ones here. So, I know April, we got quite a few more. Even on April Fool's Day, surprisingly. I think I mentioned it earlier, Val Kilmer, yeah. Now, hearing news about Val Kilmer dying, I was not expecting at all. Because honestly, he's the best Batman for Batman Forever, and again he was in Heat as well and a few other movies and things, but his death was unexpected to me. The fact that it was on April Fool's Day as well. I don't think we had any other notable. Okay. Just gonna go for a long list, guys. So we might as well pay tributes. Why not? Only 2 people watching. I guess that's me and the DS Full episodes. Oh, guy. Oh yeah, I remember. We lost the Pope this year as well. Is it Pope Francis? Was it? When was it? It was sometime in April, though. When was it? In April. When was it? I can't remember. Let me use the find feature. Pope. Oh, on 21st. Okay. So yeah, that's well, I remember the Pope. Well, Pope Francis specifically. We did get a new Pope eventually. I remember some people in my class making jokes about the Pope as well. It's like, we're free until we get a new Pope or something like that. And that actually did happen. And that was before we got Pope Leo, who's the new Pope. Yeah, and the very first thing on our first week back in college, people were discussing the Pope's death. So, yeah, well, Pope Francis. Long list of sources and all. I can't remember what we had in May, or what we had in May, aside from Dan from Censored Gaming, which was on May 16th. But obviously this will not be on this list because he wasn't a well-known person. Or will he be? But just have no link to it. Let's go on the 16th. No, he's not on there either. He's not on here. So yeah, but yeah, Dan from Censored Gaming died this day. But obviously he's not on here because Wikipedia only counts the best known ones. So yeah, I can't really remember anyone else who okay. Yeah, I don't think I remember much deaths in May. I don't think it was a lot, so okay, there's not much. I just remember Censored Gaming and stuff, that's about it. But obviously it won't be on Wikipedia. But I have made a tribute video. We only found out about Censored Gaming's death a month later, though, in June, from his cousin who joined the server. So, I think we got quite a few more in June, but obviously I might miss some notable ones because it's a very long list. So I'll drink my cup of tea when I'm here as well. Stop moving camera for no reason. Oh god, notable Iranians killed. Oh, Israeli strikes. I didn't know about this. And then they've got like a separate subsection for that. Okay. It's probably better than searching because sometimes I can't remember some. Oh, David! I thought that said Danny Boyle then, but no, it's David Boyle. Because I just saw the D and then Boyle, and I thought, wait, Danny Boyle's not dead. But no, it's a different person. No, there's nothing much on the June section. No, there's nothing much on June, but there's quite a lot more in July when we get there. So yeah, because when you scroll, you can barely see the text as well through your eyes. At least for me, from my perspective. Yeah, we got more notable ones this time, so probably not earlier on, but later on when we get to them. Oh, there we go. Oh yeah, Michael Madsen. I remember Michael Madsen's death. He was the frequent collaborator of Quentin Tarantino. In Reservoir Dogs, Kill Bill, Pacific Volume 2, and The Hateful Eight. I think he was in some of the Tarantino's films as well. Like Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, he was briefly in that, but then hearing news of him dying is shocking. So yeah, Okay. I gotta drink this again. I don't think we had a lot around the earlier times. I know Michael Madsen's the biggest one, but I know later on we had more notable ones. Really look. Have I looked at this page before? Oh, she's a Kate Beckinsale's mother. I must have been looking for like Kate Beckinsale's filmography and then found her mother and then found that. I didn't know it was this year either. Yeah, it's not much. Yeah, I think it's in the 20s. That's when we get the more notable ones. Not 21st, but I think on 24th, we got one notable one in 24th. Yeah, Hulk Hogan. Remember him, the famous wrestler? Yeah. Too bad he's dead. Yeah, and that's a shame. He was one of the greatest wrestlers of all time. Oh, I remember. I think Ozzy Osbourne's the other one. Have I gone past him? I must have gone past him. What day was he? It was on 22nd. Okay. But yeah, he was one of the greatest musicians. Yeah, I remember hearing about his death as well during that time as well. He was part of a band. What was the band called? It will say here somewhere. Black Sabbath. Yeah, that was it. I don't know much about Ozzy Osbourne though. There's nothing much. Around here. My feet are getting uncomfortable. Jesus Christ. Yeah, nothing much. Yeah, I can't remember if there was any in August, actually. I don't remember if there were big ones in August. But it's best to go through them anyway. Like halfway through this list. Okay. Oh, Ray Brooks, and he was the voice. Was he the voice of Mr. Ben? Because I remember watching Mr. Ben as a kid, the 70s show. Was he like the narrator for it, or like the voice of Mr. Ben? Because it says Mr. Ben. Up here it just says was an English actor. Filmography. Nothing about Mr. Ben there. Jonas animation. His voiceover. Yeah, so he was like a voiceover for Mr. Ben, yeah. Because I remember watching Mr. Ben a lot as a kid. And he was in EastEnders as well. And What's Big Deal? A comedy drama television series. Never heard of that. Don't think there was a lot in August, but Yeah. Yeah, there's not a lot in August. At least the ones at the top of my head. So. Yeah, it was not a lot in August. So, I think September time is when we got some more notable ones, along with October and November time and December. So, am I the only one here? But still, I guess like other guys can watch it later. I remember about the. I think I remember about the Charlie Kirk stories as well that was popping around the internet. Yeah, he was shot and killed. Yeah, I remember a lot of people talking about this on the internet, and there was a lot of controversies over it. I remember that popping up on the news a lot. So. Oh, yeah, that's another one I remember. Claudia Conde now, from Once Upon a Time in the West, and I remember seeing that, but I didn't know this actress until I heard about the death. That's another one I remember. Claudia Cardale, or Cardinal, however you can pronounce it properly. That's another one I remember. Surprised no one is chatting. They might come back later. I'm probably going to end the stream soon enough anyway, because it's getting very late at night. So, and I will edit the stream later on as well to remove the breaks and things. Yeah, not a lot in September, but when we go to August? No, October. I mean, that's when I think this is when we get to the more notable ones. Some of the more notable ones, I believe. That's when I remember Diane Keaton. I remember hearing about this. I didn't know much about it until that day, though. So, oh yeah, and I've heard that Ian Watkins is deaf as well, the singer and paedophile as well, from Lost Prophets. Some people were glad when he was killed, though, because of what he was doing. I remember, I think Moist Critical made a video of him, and then because he used to be a fan of his band, Lost Prophets, and then after finding out he was a pedo, he was like, "Oh, I dislike the band now." And then after hearing about his death, he was like, "Yay, we know the pedo's gone." Because he still suspects that if he got out of prison, he would still, with the kids and things. So that's what he feel like, at least. Nice, the bathroom. I don't remember much on the October, aside from Diane Keaton and Ian Watkins. It's November. I don't recall a lot happening in November, but I got a lot of Nova ones. I'm gonna quickly use the toilet, guys. I'm gonna come back. Hold on. Okay, I'm back. Right. Just had the quick toilet. Because my bladder was bursting, of course. But yeah, I don't remember a lot of deaths happening in November, at least when it comes to actors and actresses. So it's probably not a lot here as well. That's the one I remember. Udokia, or is it Udokia? How you pronounce it? Whatever. But I remember in him a couple of films, notably some of Lars von Trier's films. But yeah, I remember his stuff as well. 23rd, that's it. I don't remember any others after this one though. In November. I guess everyone left, but I'm probably going to end the stream eventually anyway. And I might make a part 2 later on, so... Right, December. I think December is probably... Oh yeah, because it's the current month it goes upwards. So, yeah. And the others go down, because so when this month ends it will go down. Because I know one big one that happened, because we discussed it during the Cineworld list briefly. If we can find it, I don't remember what day it was exactly. I think it was further up. Oh yeah, one of the voice actors for Ratchet and Clank died, and along with the Fairly Odd Parents, Jim Ward. I think he was it the first? Oh no, just the Ratchet and Clank series. Oh, Captain Quark, who was in the Quark, who was in the Ratchet and Clank series. Okay. There we go, Rob Reiner and Michelle Singer-Reiner. Those two were murdered. So obviously Rob Reiner's the guy who made This Is Spinal Tap, and Spinal Tap 2 was the last film he made. So his first directed feature was This Is Spinal Tap, and then his last feature was Spinal Tap 2. Which I'm surprised that his first and last films were Spinal Tap. So... yeah, only for him to get murdered. I don't know if there is going to be a third Spinal Tap film. If there is, then obviously it's not going to involve him, but still. But yeah, their son is apparently the one that murdered them. And it's probably because he lived with them. I don't know what was going on. I don't remember much of it, but still. But he clearly didn't get away with it because he has been charged, so... yeah. I don't think there's any other notable ones this so far. Why have I... William Rush? Why have I highlighted him? It must be because of some of the stuff he's in. I must have just clicked on it, but yeah. He's there. Someone in their hundreds. It was a Navy sailor. Attack on Pearl Harbor. He was 105. Jesus. Someone else was 105. God. Another was 102. God. Oh yeah, the more recent one. So you guys know the song "Driving Home for Christmas." Well, the singer who made it died recently. Chris Ray, I think it's pronounced. But it is one of the greatest Christmas songs ever, "Driving Home for Christmas." And then for this year that he died, I guess at his funeral, if I don't know if his funeral was today, probably not. It might be, but if it was sometime in December, that should be the funeral song, "Driving Home for Christmas." That should be the one that should be playing, because that's one of his best known ones. And the list of us, I think these are just the normal ones though. When was Driving Home for Christmas? That was like, it was in the 80s. was recorded in '86 and then released in '88. So, okay, so it was from the '80s. Okay. But yeah, there's not much now, so yeah. These are the more recent ones, but still. It's... yeah, we might get more notable ones the following few days, but who knows? We don't know what's going to happen, but still. But yes. In fact, we'll still look at the BBFC stuff while we're here, and then I'll call it a day for the stream, because the stream's getting too long, and it's getting too late as well. So, but yeah, they've changed a lot with their website, especially on how pages work as well. I think I kind of like the new design, but it does need improvements, like the addition of the R18 being selectable, the fact that video games should always be available instead of being strictly available for one viewing. Also, it's hard to explain, but you know what I mean. And all the rest, but still, it's cool how they got this as well. The recent releases area, where it shows the recent releases and stuff. God, Ella McKay, that bombed so hard at the box office. I'm surprised it only showed for 1 week at my cinema, and then it just didn't show again. So that was an absolute flop at my local cinema. Can't wait for Fire and Ash though. I'm surprised this one does not even say moderate at all. It just says violence, threat, and all that. It doesn't mention the term moderate at all. Maybe it's because there's not enough room, or maybe it's expected, but I'm probably going to guess there's not enough room. But still, still, I wonder if the black card will still show the moderate part though, or if it'll just be this. That is interesting. And I think that, yeah, I remember something else. Yeah, sex is like a 3 out of 5, but it's not mentioned in the consumer advice. There's probably not enough room there either, so maybe it'll be on the actual black card that shows up, because I think the brief suicide references won't be on, because they try to avoid spoilers as possible. But yeah, got like this as well that they've introduced. Oh. Yeah, that's the new Wicked for Good black card. I'm surprised I've not made a post about the actual black card itself, but I did about the announcement of it happening, which is interesting. But yeah, but the fact that you have to change the URL to go to the recently rated page now, because there's no button for it, because the page is still there, and you can still get to it on the app, because the app has not been changed, aside from the search thing, because I think the search thing applies to both. So yeah, but that's interesting. Yeah, I can't wait for a return to Silent Hill. I've got to get the other Silent Hill films watched before this one, though. I've not even fully played the Silent Hill games. I will get to them at one point, but still. I don't know if there's anything much to do in this stream, then. Because obviously we've got a few great games this year as well, but I might go over that on the next stream, but, so yeah. But still, I hope you guys like the new intro I made as well. Well, it's not showing now because I'm live still, but the new intros I made for all of my videos, they're a great feature. So, because I'm going to include custom-made intros for all of my videos now, so that's a cool thing I've started doing this year. and it's to try and engage more views. So yeah, and all that. Have you guys liked my Mario Maker 2 levels that I used to make on my old account before I changed my account, because I've got a new Switch account now because I wanted it to have my name stuff on it and my personal details, not my mother's stuff, but still. Made quite a few shorts as well, including that Switch one, because some people still don't get Switch 2 cartridges. Some still say you don't own anything on the Switch 2, when in some cases you do, and some people still don't believe that. They still believe the old misinformation because they don't do enough research, or they're just not bothered in Nintendo or something. That's the whole reason I made that short. Because some people in my class still believe the misinformation. They still say things like, you don't own anything on the Switch 2, and you don't even own the console, and things. I think they're referring to like Nintendo bricking your system. But in some cases you do own stuff, like obviously the game key cards you technically kind of own, but not really. Just say you don't, but not every cartridge is a key card. Some are actually on the cartridge, but they still believe you've got to download every game, when that's not the case. It's because they don't do enough research on this. So that's why you still get Switch 2 misinformation all the time. It's the same with Xbox and PlayStation. Some games are on the disc, some you still download. It's the same with Switch 2, yet people are believing that every game is download, when it isn't. Not every game is. It's the key cards that are. And then the ones that are on the cart, no, you can just play them off the cartridge and they'll work. So, yeah, there are still people that believe the misinformation, and I still can't believe it, even months after. So, I think even today, some people still believe the misinformation, and it's because they don't do enough research on the topic. They only research the topic once, and they're like, nah, I can't be asked to research again. That information's right, yeah, when it isn't, because when you research again, new information comes out. So this is why you should research a topic multiple times before finalising it properly, such as the case with the Switch 2 and things. Because I still can't believe some people believe the misinformation. Like, someone in my class, because on the first day of college, literally went, oh, he's bought a Switch 2. As if it was a bad idea. Like, sure, if it was just because it's expensive, sure, yeah, but they aren't only right about the price of the system and things, but the way physical media works, they are still incorrect about to this day, some people. And I think the people in my class are still incorrect about that as well, and they've still not been corrected. They've probably not even seen this video, because I don't think they know that I have a channel like this, but at least some of them, but I think a couple do, but not all. But still, the fact that not every game is a keycard, that's the true information. What's false information is saying you don't own anything on the Switch 2, including the console. I think when they say you don't own the console, I think they're talking about Nintendo bricking your system. But they only do that if you mod it. And there are no mods for the Switch 2 yet. Though technically your system can get bricked if you put a Switch 1 cartridge that's been dumped online, and both the cartridge and the dumped version are connected to the internet at the same time. That's one way your Switch 2 can get banned. But that was an issue with Switch 1 as well. So that's not really a new issue. But people are reporting it with their Switch 2. But yeah, that side is true, but Nintendo can't brick your system for no reason. They should not have like any no reason to do it. Oh, you know what? I'm gonna brick your system. They can't do that. They should not be allowed to do that. So either those people are full of shit, or they've just not done enough research. And I'm gonna guess the latter, because yeah. It's still sick that even months after the Switch 2 released, people still believe the misinformation, like you don't own anything on the cartridge or anything, when that's not always the case. So, yeah, and that is the whole reason why I made that short. But and it's got like over 700 views. It's nearly got 800, but I guess a lot of people will believe it by then, but some will still think it's probably made up or something, and I'm probably making things up and things when I am literally showing the truth. So, yeah, and I think the ones that are making the misinformation are the Generation Z people, and probably Gen Alpha as well. So that's just my guess, because nearly everyone in my college class is Generation Z. So, yeah. But still, it's baffling that they still do that. And I hope you guys liked the new channel I made as well, Extra JNPoop, where I just upload extra goodies on there. Basically, because my channel got kicked out of the partner program for the reuse policy. And I'm guessing it's because of these videos, primarily these, because these are technically not, I don't have commentary in these. So, the DK Now You Die compilations, I've deleted off my main channel and moved to this one, so they're still here, but they're just on a different channel now. But you can still watch them, just not on the main channel anymore. Stuff like this I can kind of get, because that is reusing Angry Video Game Nerd audio. That is reusing Nathaniel Bandy audio. That's reusing the song Clickbait from the Midnight Beast and Daz Black. And that is because of the intro to Magnum Force for the second Dirty Harry film. That is the more comedy one, the Moana one, and then all that. This, which this was pretty much a famous meme, the "Don't Cry Little Monster" meme, and I decided to make my own version with Galaxy. So, I can see why that could be. Now, they don't flag what is reused, but I just guess which is reused or not, so I just assume these, and then. So I just thought, any future content that's like this, I'll just put on this channel. And then the Let's Plays, rating versus rating, well, except for the anthology theme, that's separate. And some shorts are going to be on the extra channel, not the main channel anymore. And it's due to reuse audio and things. So, yeah, I like that Steve Harwell one that I did in early 2024. So, yeah. And obviously, my re-uploads channel has gotten a bit massive, primarily because of Dan's death, the Censored Gaming Dan. And I've re-uploaded a lot, nearly all of his, I don't know if it's all of his e-begging videos, but at least most of them. I've got, like, the time his card's been stolen, his update videos, which I would rewatch these two constantly, because these are the more sadder story. Yeah, it is such huge sad news that one of the great. But I guess these are great for re-uploading as well, because it means even though he says things like, "Oh, join my Patreon," do not join his Patreon, because you're just wasting your money now with him being gone. But these videos are mainly here for people to catch up on the story about him. Because if I just say, "Oh, Dan from Censored Game" instead, they're going to think I'm full of shit. And I'm actually telling the truth, because people were discussing it on the Discord server. You'll see some of my messages on there, because I'm on the server. And I've also backed up nearly all of Censored Gaming's YouTube channels. Like, if I go...
What is...
But yeah, not exactly 818 videos, but most of them. I think the ones I couldn't download are either privated or copyrighted, so I couldn't get those ones, but but I managed to get all the rest of them, so they're all backed up, but I've not uploaded them to the archive yet, but I will eventually. So even if his channel gets fucked one day, possibly by guidelines, especially when YouTube's guidelines are changing in terms of violent content in video games, they'll either age restrict or remove them. It doesn't matter. I don't mind age restrictions in that circumstance, because at least the video's still there. There's just a restriction on watching them. But having them taken down is a big deal, because it means they're lost if they're not backed up. So this is one of the other reasons I had to back him up. Not because anything could happen to his channel. No one has access to his accounts, especially his Discord one. His Discord server has no rules set and no moderation. He was the only moderator on there, so that means if we get we did have a hacked account on the server, and it would spam not safe for work servers. That is a common thing with Discord. It could happen to me one day, who knows. But eventually the account was sorted, and they managed to restore their account and things, and it got back to normal. So, and then he had to manually delete them, but still, at least we got that. But he was kicked out of other servers, so yeah. And but yeah, there is no rules set on the server either, so meaning people can easily break rules if he was to set them. Now, obviously, at least no one is actually doing anything wrong on the server. They're just mostly still discussing censorship. Some people are still discussing the censorship issues today, especially with YouTube times and things, and the Online Safety Act. And with Dan from Censored Gaming being gone, he's no longer here to make videos like this, so we don't know what the future's going to be like in terms of censorship. It's probably going to be more massive. You never know. Someone is going to have to take his role. Maybe not in the Censored Gaming channel if someone gets access to it, but at least someone is going to have to take their place and pretty much become the new Censored Gaming. Because Censored Gaming had a lot of collaborators as well in the past as well. The newer videos were just Dan mostly, but in a couple of past videos he would have other people narrate for him, but he would still be the editor, because he still handles the channel because it is his account. But he would have frequent other people going as well, like Sharky Out Gamer. He was one of them. The Black Link is another one. There were the frequent ones. Guru Lowry was in one of them. You know, Larry Bundy. He was in one of them. Retromancers were in one of them. And Avalanche Reviews was in a couple of his videos as well. Yeah, most of these are just Dan. Some of these are other members from Censored Gaming, but they don't have the that person in it because they were also members, but eventually it was just Dan. So I think in one instance, I think one of the Mega Man ones, I think Nathaniel Bandy was in one of them. I think it was Mega Man Part 2, I think it was. I think Nathaniel Bandy was the narrator for that one. What about these ones? Yeah, Noggin was a frequent collaborator with Censored Gaming as well. But then eventually the collaboration kind of stopped later on. Yeah, Nathaniel Bandy was in one of them, just this Mega Man one. So it's not just like the less known ones, some of the best known ones as well. But for the most part, it was just Dan or someone else from Censored Gaming at the time. I think Mojo was one of them. He's actually on the Discord server as well. Mojo, you'll find him on the server. But he was in a couple of these videos as well, along with a few other people that I don't really know, but they were there as well. But yeah, I managed to back up like nearly all of these videos. That's insane. And then after hearing the news that Dan killed himself, it's so devastating, because it was one of my favourite YouTubers of all time, Censored Gaming was. It still is today, pretty much, but not as much as others. Like, I like more of Did You Know Gaming and things nowadays, with like gaming facts and things. Yeah, but most of these newer videos are just Dan, so the collaboration kind of stopped around this time, and collaborations were rare, either rare or non-existent, and things. I'm surprised it wasn't just games he made videos about. He made videos about some movies as well. He's done one about Avengers Endgame, and in 2021 he's done one about Pulp Fiction as well. Yeah, I've got a poster, but I've still got the Pulp Fiction poster up there. Yeah, these are the ones I remember rewatching a lot, especially this one here. I think these were around the time he was doing those updated videos. Obviously, they're privated now, or taken down. I'm not sure. That's when he announced the Discord server. I think he made at least a few other update videos there, but they're gone as well. But obviously, I've re-uploaded them. There's only this one that I've not re-uploaded, but it's still on here. I don't know if that's related to his past circumstances, though. And yeah, this Fairy Tail 2 one was his last video ever on the channel. And when was this uploaded? September something. So this was the last time we got to hear his voice. So this was in September 29th. This was the last video Censored Gaming has, officially. And then Dan was still around 2020, early 2025 time before his passing in May. So we're never gonna get. So Censored Gaming is pretty much cancelled now. Primarily because no one's here to. No one can get hold of the channel. And yes, some people are even commenting like "Rip Dan." We've always watched their videos and things. Because they're coming from the server. So, if I sort by newest, it's a bit slow here. I think the stream's probably slowing it down a bit. Why haven't you uploaded in over a year? Because he's dead. Because he died. That is why. So you've clearly not gone on the Discord server or saw that trivia video I made. I just remember the channel. I missed it a lot. Yeah, the creator is dead. Man, that sucks. Yeah, I know. What's the reply? He took his own life, unfortunately. Yes, that is the truth, according to his cousin. But now, I'm just seeing a lot more of these messages now on here. I didn't know Dan passed until I wondered what happened to the channel while going through my playlist today. Then I also Dan moved to another Airbnb after the first one screwed him over. I don't know much about his recent Airbnb problems. I just know the landlady there got a new partner, and something about that bothered him, or something related to that. It was saying in his Discord messages, from what I remember. He died? Oh my god, no! I know. Just heard the news. Man, we lost a great one. Whenever you are, I hope you're at peace. You won't be missed. Just read the comments about between his bad situation for censorship. And there's the lines. Yeah, Doctor, he was the guy. He was also the guy that helped me preserve but unfortunately his account is been locked, his archive account, so he can't really do that anymore. So it's either up to me or someone else that can do this stuff. Yeah. That's about the game stuff. Yeah, these were before within died. He died a month ago. Yeah, and then then this is when that's when the stuff starts. Because I know some comments on my tribute video as well. Because some people get it straight from the video, or some just go straight to the server and then find out. Because my tribute video is so popular now. Wait, where is it? Oh, there it is. Why did it show up down there? Because apparently I've got a playlist saved of the early documentary stuff. But yes. But thanks for those who are sharing this video. I would appreciate more shares to get this news spread, because unlike most other YouTubers that we see nowadays, Dan from Censored Gaming is not really a common... Because Dan was not a celebrity. He was not a celebrity at all. Nor are some of the people who collaborated with him. They are not celebrities at all. So to try and get this news spread, I would appreciate you sharing this more to get the news across. So, because it's just so baffling, and all that. But still, wonder why I've not heard much from Censored Gaming. But yeah, it was revealed he died before he actually committed. What? What did I reply? Absolutely not. His death was announced after his suicide. 1 month after, to be precise. Yeah. Hopefully, all the games in heaven are uncensored. Let's hope. At the time. Yeah. So we don't know what's going to happen to his stuff. We don't know if his cousin is still going to obtain Dan's laptop and recover and presumably get everything as soon as he gets access to the passwords and things, because Dan's stuff is probably still on the cloud, but we just don't know what cloud. So if we can get access to that, maybe we can preserve the entire Censored Gaming history. And who knows, someone might even make custom DVDs and Blu-rays and release them on them or something to dedicate his memory even more, even if they're bootleg releases. But whatever. That's one way we can remember someone for being so great. But yeah, it is not great news at all. Hopefully we'll get more good news about for preservation's sake, but from now on we don't know, so we're just going to have to find out eventually. Okay, but guys, I think I'm going to leave it here, so I think no one else is chatting, but at least I can rewatch the stream. I'm going to head off now. It's so late at night. It's just a few minutes before Boxing Day, so I'm going to head off now. Thank you guys for tuning in the stream. We'll catch you guys next time. See you guys then. Bye!